the squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
'Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
A global namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
wherever you are in the world. Welcome to the 181st episode of Healing Our Earth, which is a yoga and meditation session. So before we get started, let's start with the Gayatri Mantra. I will be doing the Gayatri Mantra. You are welcome to follow along, or you are welcome to do whichever mantras you like. Oh. 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 Om Bhurvubhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurvubhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurvubhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Welcome everyone. So I'm actually very excited about today's session because we have a fantastic lineup of gurus. Gurus could be our parents, or they could be spiritual teachers, or they could be people that are just there to guide us. So during the lockdown, we've actually had quite a few institutions, quite a few people that have stepped up and that have led the way. Through their own spiritual teachings, they've been around and they've been there to guide the rest of us. And therefore, I'm really excited about the panel that we actually have today. But before we get started with our first speaker, I'd just like to actually talk about the general aims of the session today. So the aims of the session today are going to include what Raja Yoga is, also what are some of the misconceptions, where are people perhaps being misguided in the Western world? Also, what is yoga? What does yoga mean to you? Are you a yogi? We've also got a general feedback session happening too, which is there as a panel discussion. It's all about how we can take ourselves from a state of stress into a state of a relaxed, energized flow. So we're moving from a state of fight, flight, freeze into a state of just being completely at ease, completely at flow. And we've also got a fantastic therapy session. So how can therapy help us to get through the whole acidic, perhaps inflammation stage, to a stage where we are nice and calm, our bodies are in a state of alkaline, our minds are clear, in flow, and we're able to make decisions effectively. We've then also got a fantastic meditation lined up, as well as a little surprise at the end. A different way, shall we say, of doing things. So I hope you stay with us throughout the program. And in a minute, I am about to introduce our first speaker, Sister Jayanti. She is a fantastic, phenomenal woman, really good at women empowerment. And she has spoken at several places, leading the Brahma Kumari Institution. So she's going to be speaking to us about the healing power of Raja Yoga. Sister Jayanti is an additional administrative head of the Brahma Kumaris. She's also the director of Brahma Kumaris activities in Europe and the Middle East. As a spiritual teacher for over 50 years, she has dedicated her life to self-transformation, service to humanity. Incredible. Sister Jayanti is the Brahma Kumari's representative to the UN in Geneva. She continues to champion the cooperative role of spiritual organizations in creating a just and peaceful world, bringing spiritual principles to the discussion tables of politicians, economists, business leaders, scientists, and nearly every stakeholder of our times. Sister Jayanti sees the erosion of spiritual values as the underlying cause of the crisis in the world we are facing today. The Brahma Kumaris is an international non-governmental organization, an NGO of the United Nations, accredited with the General Consultative status within the Economic and Social Council. A global namaste, Om Shanti, Sister
And a global
Jayanti.
namaste to you.
It's a privilege to have you with us here today. So the thing that really fascinates me about your bio is that you're actually a walking, talking example of how we can live our lives in a much more spiritual way. And I think you spent most of your life actually teaching other people about that. And I'd just like to actually dig in a little bit more, if I may, into your journey and how you can guide other people through the principles that you have learned.
Surely, thank you. I'm not sure whether you're expecting a short answer or a long answer here.
Either way is fine.
Okay, so we believe that everything starts inside. And so if I want to heal a relationship, then firstly, I have to heal myself. And with that process of the inner healing, then I can heal relationships also. And so the founder, Brahma Baba, used to say, do it and then talk about it. Not that you talk about it and publicize things, but you first do it yourself. And then that's going to be something that others can understand and learn from your own example.
So you're able to lead by example, then really, aren't you? You're able to actually have that experience yourself and then guide other people through perhaps the way that you've actually learned it in your own journey.
Absolutely, yeah. There's no other way. They say that values can be caught, they can't be taught. So if it's theory, then nobody's going to listen. But if you are following a path of values yourself, then others will catch that from you and they'll also begin to move in that direction. Yeah.
Isn't that fascinating? Because with Raja Yoga, as we start with the 8 limbs of Ashtanga Yoga, we start by actually having a look at the principles of yamas and niyamas and the do's and the don'ts and the guiding principles within the spiritual journey itself. So I think we've got in for a really fantastic session. I'm going to open the stage up for you to actually have a little presentation to walk us through anything. And then at the end, I would love to come back and have an interactive session with you.
Surely. Rather than a meditation now, I prefer to have the meditation at the end so that then concepts have been clarified. I hope that's okay. And the theme of the event is, of course, healing the earth, but also the subject of body, mind, and soul. And it's interesting because my understanding is that the mind is the active part of the inner being, the soul, Atma. And within the mind, there is the capacity, the power to create thoughts, and through our thoughts to experience feelings and emotions. And from that state of my own thoughts and feelings, then there's another energy that's at work within the inner being, and that is my buddhi. I won't use the word intellect because that can have a different connotation. But if I use the word buddhi, then the buddhi is that power. When it opens up, when it's closed, then I just see the material world. That when the divine intellect starts functioning, and it happens through grace, it happens through spiritual study, it happens through my desire to know the truth. So as the intellect opens up, then the intellect of the buddhi is able to draw power from the Almighty. And as a result of this power, then we're able to heal our mind, our feelings, and therefore relationships, and therefore also the earth. We are looking at the state of the earth, the planet today, and we've pushed it beyond its tolerance capacity. We've plundered all the resources of the planet to the point where we're now facing extinction. You know, in the UK, we have this group called Extinction Rebellion. And I don't think it's too outrageous. I think that's the direction that we're going in. So that's, I won't go into the detail of that, but definitely the earth needs healing. The air we've polluted, the water we've polluted, the earth we've plundered. And so everything is in a state of chaos. And now, if I begin with the healing of the self, and then further healing relationships, and then I can reach further and start healing the planet, sending out good vibrations and pure thoughts and good wishes and good feelings to all the elements of nature, the earth itself, and all living creatures on the planet. And so the starting point is within. And this is what Raj Yoga is about. The word yoga means union, connection, to connect together, communion, connection. But before that is this word Raja, the king, the master, the ruler. Now, how many of us can say, I truly am the master of my own mind? More often we say, well, the mind is driving me crazy. So we are very far away from that state of actually being the master in charge of the mind, the ruler. And so Raj Yoga means to understand what's going on within the inner being and to see what is it that's causing the sorrow, the hurt that I carry within myself, but also to more and more know myself so that I can understand exactly who I am and what is it that I need to be doing now. We're approaching the 3rd anniversary of Dadi Janki's ascension, and she used to use this expression Om Shanti 3 times. Om Shanti, let me know myself. Om Shanti, let me connect with the divine. Om Shanti, let me know what it is I need to do today in my own life. So 3 Om Shantis actually summarize everything about Raj Yoga. But the situation today where I'm not in control of my mind, but it's external forces that control me. And so my mind is pulled to all the attractions and distractions of the consumer society that we live in. The mind is impacted by somebody else's thoughts and feelings and behavior and actions. And so if I want to get back to the stage where I have that mastery over the self, I need to understand what are these processes that are working on me. And the more I understand deeply that I can be my own best friend. The Gita states very beautifully that the human mind is its own best friend, but also its own worst enemy. And I'm sure many of those listening will understand that and agree that that is the reality. But when the intellect is touched, when the Buddhi Yoga understands who is the divine, the supreme being, the being of light, then in that awareness, then I'm sure that as we feel that love and power reaching us from the divine, we begin to take charge of what's going on in our thoughts and our feelings. And so the journey of Raj Yoga is a very beautiful one. The journey of Raj Yoga is one in which I get to know myself more and more. You know, I get to know you through spending time with you. Otherwise, how am I going to get to know you? But how often is it that I spend time with myself? Not so often. When we have a period of solitude and silence, probably the first thing we do is switch on the transistor. Or what we do is actually go to our mobiles and start browsing through the net and all sorts of things to stimulate us. We don't take advantage of that space that we have. You know, it used to be a time when if I'm walking from here to the next room, I'm walking down the corridor. I would use that time to process what I've heard and prepare myself for the next meeting. And of course, the more preparation there is and the more processing there is, the deeper the understanding. But instead of that, what we usually do is, as soon as one thing finishes and before the next thing starts, in that short space, that interval, I look at my mobile and stuff my head with more information rather than being able to process whatever it is I've done. So we've forgotten the art of being with ourselves. We've forgotten what it is to dialogue with the self. And you see, if I don't spend time in dialogue with myself, with the inner being, then when I dialogue with you, there's a huge amount of misunderstanding. I haven't understood myself. I don't know what my motives and intentions are because I've never asked myself that question. If I'm doing this, what exactly is my intention? What is my motive? You know, the action follows much later, but before the action comes the intention. You know, here's a child and the child has been up to a bit of mischief. And so the child picks a few flowers and takes them to the mother and tries to calm her because he knows that he has to tell her something which isn't so appetizing. So what was the intention? The intention wasn't pure love. The intention was to smooth the passage so that it would be easy for the child. And so the act of giving flowers with love is a very simple one. But if there's other motives that I have, other intentions that I have, the action is still the same. But of course, my motives will determine the quality of what it is I do. So to understand myself, but even more than that, to be able to understand my own original state of being. You know, Om Shanti, Om, I am. Shanti is peace. And so when I come to that awareness of who I truly am, and I stabilize my thoughts and feelings in that consciousness, I'm opening up the door to explore all my inner treasures. I discovered that I am a being of love. I am a being of joy, of truth, of purity, which dramatically changes the situation in terms of relationships. Now, when I come to you, it's not because I want your love, I want your approval, I want your support, I want your cooperation. No. I already have that inner state of love, that inner state of peace and purity and joy. And now, within our interaction, I'm ready to share something of value and give something to the other. And so the dynamics of relationships change dramatically. And so the more I spend time with myself on the inner level, in that state, I'm also connected with the divine. You know, when you have a wire and you want to connect it to the mains, the first thing you have to do is remove the rubber insulation. Otherwise, nothing will happen. And in the same way, while under the consciousness of this physical identity, I am this age, I am this gender, I am this color, I am this race, I am this position, all those eyes are really such a big distraction. And I don't get to know myself. But let me step away from all these external factors and go deeper and deeper within the self, within the inner being. Then I can connect with the divine. And then there is yoga. I'm connected with the being of light, the source of love, of truth, of joy, of all positive attributes. And in that connection, it's very simple. All that is there within the divine flows to me, and I'm able to absorb it within myself because it's my birthright. As a child of the Supreme, it is my right to have the same qualities as the Supreme. You know, they have this lovely expression in the East and the West that we were created in the image of the divine. And so can I truly experience that? That yes, I am a being of love, of truth, of joy. Not only does it remove the dependency that we have, but it also restores my own inner state of valuing the self, of having self-esteem. You know, one of the biggest crises in the world today is that of identity. And within the subject of identity, there's also the question of inferiority or superiority complexes. And that happens when I'm looking at the external. There'll always be someone better than me. There'll always be someone who has more money, more education, more of everything. And at that moment, I really feel down. But no, I don't need to compare myself with anyone at all. I just need to tap into my own inner resources and experience the state of fullness that I carry within myself. And then I see you and I see the goodness within you also. If I haven't recognized my own goodness, I'm seeing my own faults. When I see you, I see your faults too. But when I see my own goodness, I remember we're a global family and each one is carrying those beautiful qualities that we've been blessed with by the divine. And so my vision changes, my attitude changes, my behavior changes, and so my world, the little world around me, changes also. Instead of taking, I can now be a donor, a giver. You know, they have this word devta, dene wala, the one who's able to give. And so to become a devta isn't a big deal, but I need to have my own vessel full so that then I can keep giving to others instead of demanding and needing and being dependent. So the healing of the self, in which I'm able to experience the love of the divine so that all the deficiencies and all the weaknesses can dissolve in that experience of God's love. And I become more and more whole and complete. And in that state, whatever relationships have been a problem, maybe it's been a lack of forgiveness on my part, maybe it's mistakes that I have made that others haven't forgiven me, but I'm able to heal all of that, both the power to seek forgiveness of another, to say with humility that I made a mistake, so that then you also can acknowledge that, yes, okay, the past is the past and is finished and it's forgotten and forgiven. And for me to be able to forgive and let go so that I can find freedom while I don't let go and I hang on to the mistakes of others, I'm holding myself in a huge amount of bondage to the past. I'm not able to take benefit from the present. It's like a toxic state in which once there's water that has a tiny drop of toxicity, would you drink it? You wouldn't offer it to anyone. You wouldn't be able to. And so I say, I've forgiven 3 people. There were 3 people who caused me a huge amount of pain. I've forgiven 3. I've forgiven 2 out of the 3. But there's one I can't forgive. So that toxic state is still within me. And that toxicity is going to influence all my other relationships now also. You can't separate it. Well, it was only this one. No, but it's impacting everything that I'm connected with and everything that I do. And so to be able to heal the self, I need to know myself very deeply. I also need to know the divine, so I'm able to build that connection. And so Raj Yoga truly makes me the master of my own thoughts, my own feelings, my own sanskaras. Now, sanskaras are another story, and I'm using the Hindi word rather than translating it. But if you think about what is personality, personality, in one definition, would be the sum total of all the experiences that I've been through. I carry that as a record within myself. How often have you seen a child who's been hurt in infancy becomes an adult who causes hurt? And so they say, hurt people hurt people. There's a reason why I'm constantly giving hurt to another. And that's because I am hurt myself. And so the healing of the soul happens through God's love. It happens through yoga. It happens through settling all the karma of the past. And even the transformation of my sanskaras begins to happen, which is very, very unusual. You know, if you ever try to change a habit, you know that it's not easy. Sometimes people attempt changing a habit 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, and then they say, well, I might as well give up. I don't think I'll bother. Nothing's changing. But no, it's because I haven't understood the mechanism. It starts with whatever are my sanskars, doesn't matter. Let me have pure, elevated thoughts. And with the power of that divine intellect, let me exercise that willpower so that I keep my mind on the right track. And if my mind is in an elevated consciousness, my words, my actions will follow. But where I lack that willpower, because I haven't understood about taking power from the divine, it means that I can maybe manage a sanskar for a week, 2 weeks, even a year, but it hasn't changed. And there's a trigger, and the trigger will bring back all that stuff again. And I'll say, well, I'm now back to square one, or maybe worse than square one, because every time I give up in this way, I've lost a little bit of hope, a little bit of courage. But when I understand that the power of the buddhi is the power that keeps the intellect, the mind on a very elevated level, then through that, if I decide to make a change in my life, it happens. And you don't go back to past sanskars again. So in India, we're running a program called De-Addiction Campaign. And although, you know, we've got all these addictions that we're aware of, whether it's narcotics, whether it's cigarettes or alcohol or gambling, a whole range of stuff. But people find it very difficult to change. This is because the buddhi doesn't have that capacity, that power. And so what we're doing here is teaching people how to connect the buddhi with the divine so that they draw that power and they're able to change their habits. And so it becomes a very natural thing to come back to my own qualities of truth and purity. It's not difficult. And I'm not just talking about the external substances, but I'm also talking about the addictions that we carry on a subtle level. Ego, anger, attachment, greed, lust. All these are the addictions that all of us have to a certain extent or another. And so I keep trying to deal with my anger. I tell myself, you know, it's not right. It's causing me pain. It's causing everyone around me a lot of sorrow. But I'm not able to deal with it. It keeps coming back again and again. Or maybe I can control it for a week or 2 weeks, and then something happens and it explodes. Greed, the same, all these negative factors. And so Raj Yoga means to be able to transform my own sanskars and come back to that original state of purity, which is the state of the soul. As the child of the divine, we carry those highest qualities within ourselves. And so healing the soul means taking that support and help. And of course, through the healing of the soul, there's also a lot of healing that happens within the body, because through the people who study psychosomatic illness, we now know that 90% of all illness is caused by negative emotions. And so sort that out, put that right. And of course, the body goes through a process of healing also. And most of all, healing relationships. How do I do that? I can send God's light and love just with the highest consciousness and not think about their weaknesses or their mistakes or anything like that, but just have those pure good wishes and feelings for everyone. And then healing the earth. We have a practice that we call Mansa Seva. Through the mind, you serve the earth. You serve all the different elements, but also you serve all the living creatures that inhabit the earth. Yes, it's important to do Mansa Seva for people, because if somebody is ill, send them your thoughts of God's light and love, and it will help them. If it doesn't heal them, and maybe sometimes the illness is too far advanced and that can't be reversed, but it will at least give them comfort. They won't suffer in a way that they would have otherwise. They feel that power that's able to heal them. And so people, yes, let me send Mansa Seva to people. Let me send Mansa Seva to all the creatures that occupy this planet, because we've actually created a situation where we've made millions of species extinct. This is the state of human consciousness. No concern about the life that exists, that is actually part of the whole embroidery of the planet. Remove this, and you've no idea what the impact is going to be on this, this, and this. And so the tapestry of life is a beautiful piece of embroidery. And if I destroy it here, I don't know what the impact is going to be on the rest. And so we've been very, very egoistic, thinking that we have to conquer the earth. No, the earth has served us with abundance and with love, offering everything that it has with total grace. In fact, any aspect of wealth, where does it come from? Trace it, trace it, trace it, and you'll see that it comes from the resources of the earth itself. Whether it's the minerals, whether it's the jewels, or whether it's just plain anything else that we've been producing and creating, it comes from the earth. We didn't create these things ourselves. And of course, what's happened today is that we've destroyed the whole fabric of life. And so it's vital that we send our thoughts of God's light and love and heal the earth also. But of course, within that also, to make sure that my diet is one that is based on non-violence, and that also is a process of healing. If there's violence in my food, what's the state of my mind? My mind is not going to be very peaceful. That is a reality. Mahatma Gandhi once said, there'll only be peace on earth amongst all people, while people learn to live with peace with everything around them, which means plant-based diet rather than any other type of diet or drink. So the process of healing is a very beautiful one, and each one of us can experience it. But more than the experience, each one can contribute towards that process of healing. And definitely Raj Yoga is a method through which very powerful healing can happen. So let me stop here and see if you have questions.
Sister Jyoti, that was a fantastic explanation. I especially liked the thing about having a scatterbrain and the way that our thoughts are practically all over the place, because even our body incorporates the mind as well. So the way that the emotions actually work. But specifically, I had a question around Ashtanga yoga. So you've mentioned during this that there's different elements, right? So there's the physical, there's the thoughts, there's the emotions, and the meditation is somewhere near the end of that circle. But in the Western world, what tends to happen is that we get the opposite model happening. So is it mind full or is it mind empty? And before people are actually focusing on doing their pranayama and their asanas, they're already jumping to the last stage, which is the meditation just before the samadhi. So they're actually starting to think about things in perhaps a different way. And how would you guide people along this journey?
The concepts of Raj Yoga are a little bit different to some of the things that you shared.
Right.
And so what we do is to say, understand. Dhyan is the foundation for yoga. Understand what is the mind, where are thoughts coming from, understand what is the role of buddhi, how do sanskars fit in within all of this. And the deeper my understanding and relating it to my own practical experience in life. Simple example, where do my thoughts come from? Here's a snake. And am I going to recoil Or am I going to say, it's okay, it's part of the planet's beauty? Well, if I've had a bad experience with snakes, that sanskar is going to make me repel it. But if I've not had any experience of that, then I'll say, live and let live. I don't want to kill it. I want to let it stay. And so, what is there within my sanskars, the record of my previous experience, is creating my thoughts. And that leads to action, and that leads to a further imprint of my sanskars. So it's a circle: thought, action, sanskar. But in between is the buddhi, the filter. And the problem is that this has become dysfunctional. And so the awakening of the buddhi and the understanding that the buddhi has of who am I and who is the divine, then that buddhi begins to have the power to discipline the mind. And then we're not saying that you have to empty the mind. That's very, very difficult, because the function of the mind is to create thoughts. And so the buddhi now has the capacity to decide which thoughts to arise and which thoughts to eliminate. And so I want to experience the inner being. I'm going to channel my thoughts in that direction and come to that awareness. Secondly, I want to experience the relationship, the yoga, the connection with the divine. I'm going to focus my thoughts on that. And yes, there is a state of silence that you're able to achieve. But as you said, if you try and begin with that, you're not going to get very far. But if I can at least first channel my thoughts in the right direction by understanding, then there comes a state in which between the thoughts are the pauses. And in those pauses is the experience. So I'm not thinking, I want to have peace. I'm in that state in which I am peace. I'm not putting a label on it. I'm just staying with that experience.
So then, does that mean that we're also looking at it from a state of pratyahara? So instead of actually putting our attention outwards and accumulating so many different things in order to feel a sense of happiness, a sense of peace within, we're actually starting to change things so that we're looking at it from an internal perspective. And whilst we're in that internal perspective and we're looking at our thoughts, do our thoughts accumulate karma?
It's true that when our thoughts are out there, then it's materialism, consumerism. I want this, I want this, I want the other. And that's part of the cause of the destruction of the earth and all the resources of the earth. But when I'm content within myself, because I'm able to find that love and happiness within, I don't need to be looking outside for this. So my life becomes very simple. I don't need to accumulate. I don't need to think about this, 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 and this, and this. And so that state in which I'm introverted, and in English, people have a bad feeling about this word introversion, but it actually means turning inwards to get to know myself. And in that awareness of who I am, then I become more and more full. And so my mind is content. I'm able to be happy, no longer dependent on if I get a new car, then I'll be happy, which is a fallacy. Because if somebody were to scratch the new car, that's it. My happiness would be lost. So no, my happiness isn't outside. My happiness is within.
So it's really about, so we can actually have the material goods, but at the same time, we've got the spirituality as well. So it's about not being so reliant and attached on the material goods. So if we think about it as a bank account, the zeros are the material and the ones are the spirituality. As long as we've actually got ones in there and we're not so warped on the outside, does that mean that we can then start to experience that state?
Definitely. Because in fact, it works together. I go on that inner journey and I start experiencing the treasures that I carry within myself. It's not that after 10 years of practice, then I experience it. It can happen within a day. It can happen within a few days, just depending on my own personal motive and what it is I want. And so if my intention is to know myself, I start that journey going in and I start discovering the beauty of what I carry within me. And my attention is automatically moving away from all the accumulation and the consumerism that's literally consuming the world today. So that inner journey is very, very rich fulfillment. And may I suggest something?
Yeah.
Could we do a little meditation commentary now, so that just for
Absolutely.
the next few minutes, people have an experience of what I've been talking about? Okay, thank you. Sitting quietly, I go on the inner journey. I visualize the inner being. I am a being of light shining in the center of the forehead. I hold this awareness of who I am. And in this awareness of I, the soul, I can feel the presence of the divine, the being of light, the source of all positive attributes, the absolute peace, love, and truth. And as I connect with the Supreme, I draw these qualities within myself. And I realize that these are also the qualities that I used to have, but I've forgotten. And in this connection of love, the love that lies within emerges. And the power of this love is able to heal the soul. The power of this love heals relationships. These vibrations of love reach out into the world so that all forms of life feel safe and secure. And the power of love reaches out to the elements of nature. And the process of healing begins. I stay in this consciousness and come back to the awareness of the world around me. But now transformed, aware of all the treasures that lie within, so that now I can share these through my thoughts, my words, and my actions. Om Shanti. Thank you to the team at Healing Our Earth. Thank you to Riddhi and to Brother Neil Kumar and to all those who have joined us.
Shanti, and I believe we're also joined by producer Rajiv Gupta and Seema Bhatia. Did you have any questions for Didi Jayanti?
Yes,
Sorry,
I
say
think
that again.
I think Rajivji actually has a question for you, if you may, Sister Jayanti.
Okay.
Thank you very much. So nice meeting you again. We met previously. It was fantastic. Today, again, every time I hear from you, it looks like I know very little, and there is so much more to learn and to get better. There is a question. I think the important you have mentioned is that journey is inside, and transformation of sanskara is going to happen all the time. It doesn't exist in the Western world. And you mentioned about buddhi being there. So how does that actually affect all our thinking? And one important question I more live in the world and have more education, qualification, profession, wealth, and whatever, more we get addicted to it. So I have tried a lot, looks well, and it looks fine for a period of time, but then by default, we get back into this situation where we are driven by ego rather than us driving and being in control. So would be and same is for like anger, because when we want things to happen and they don't happen, we become unhappy or at times upset or angry. What would be your kind of simple instructions to help us getting rid of these two common addictions?
Daddy used to tell us she speaks to herself and tells herself Om Shanti 100 times a day. And so when you can feel that something is coming up, which isn't quite as it should be, just take a pause, come back here, and just say Om Shanti to yourself silently, quietly, and feel the power of the peace within. And then the buddhi will have the capacity to guide the mind in the right direction. So I have to keep reminding myself of who I am and how I am that inner being of peace. Then all the addictions that we caught up in, they fade. It's a journey. It doesn't happen overnight, but you begin to see results. And so you know that it's working. And that's the stimulus to keep moving forward. But yes, it's a journey. Okay,
Fantastic.
good. Okay.
Fantastic. Seema Didi, did you have a question?
Yes, respected Sister Jayanti, you spoke of settling the karma of the past through the divine intellect, and implementing the divine intellect into our daily lives. And these are very powerful words, but how can we discipline ourselves to do this on a daily basis, every moment, every minute?
If there's something that brings you benefit, then you stop being lazy about it and you impose on yourself that self-discipline. And so I know that if I'm going to spend a little bit of time connecting my buddhi with God, the power of that is going to help me the whole day. And because I've had that experience, I want to do it. It's not pressure, it's not force, but it's out of love that I wish to do this because I see the benefit for myself. And so it's not just the buddhi that's going to settle the account, it's the buddhi connected with the divine so that it generates that energy of love and purity. And that love is what melts away the sanskars of the past and settles the accounts of the past.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you, Sister Jayanti, for sharing so beautifully. We've had so many different takeaways from your session with us today. A really soothing experience and even a fascinating meditation for us to actually experience and go a little bit deeper within ourselves too. Thank you so much for coming on, taking some time out of your busy schedule today to be with us. Om Shanti. Be well.
Om Shanti. Global namaste to everyone.
Global namaste. And so, just a reminder for everyone, we are live on social media channels. We are on YouTube, we are on Periscope, Facebook, as well as live on partner channels as well. So thank you to everyone who is actually sponsoring us, who is actually helping us as well with this mission. Our mission is also part of you as well, and it's just incredible to see the support that we get along the way as well. And that brings us nicely onto our next guest, who is a very special person. He's authored his own book and he comes to us live from India, Mumbai. He also has, if you're around at that time, 6 a.m. on a Saturday, live in Juhu Beach, producing his own yoga shows as well, but also to go a little bit deeper into that journey. So I'm going to pick his mind today about the difference between what is yoga and what does it mean to be a yogi. I think that's something that we find quite a bit conflicting with each other as principles. But before I do that, allow me to introduce him. So we've got Himanshi Mehta, who is joined by the wonderful Pratima as well. And it's regarding the making of a yogi, which is his book that he has authored himself. And despite being a global trotting businessman and an avid value stock investor, Himanshiji is able to find time to keep polishing his knowledge and practice of yoga. He offers free coaching sessions of Surya Namaskar and yoga as per seva. Himanshu strongly believes that yoga has the power to bring in positive changes for the fruition of the human race. He believes in principles of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. Himanshu has launched a book, Making of a Yogi, and this book is a compilation of his learnings, experiences, and understandings of yoga extending over 42 years. What an incredible experience. Most of us always thought that yoga is all about physical asanas, certainly in the Western world, and pranayama. But in fact, in asanas, in yoga, are just the tip of the iceberg. Yoga is multidimensional, covering every aspect of human needs for fruition of the human race. And this book is more of an encyclopedia, a 360-degree bird's eye view. It covers all aspects of yoga. This book works like a Google map as well as a turbo engine on the journey of the path of yoga, total wellness, and self-realization. Himanshiji, a global namaste to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Pratimaji, nice to see you as well.
Global namaste to everyone. Global namaste, Riddhi. Thank you for having us on Healing Our Earth.
Fantastic. So I'd like to actually dig a little bit deeper into your journey and what actually inspired you to be on the path of yoga.
Well, Riddhi, by profession, I've been a businessman and a value stock investor, but very, very passionate about yoga. I've been practicing yoga since 42 years, learned under many gurus and teachers, learned a variety and style of yoga like Iyengar, Ashtanga, Bikram, Shivanand, and many other styles. In the year 2014, to gain higher knowledge, I enrolled myself for Philosophy and Psychology of Yoga course conducted by Mumbai University. We were 110 students between the age group of 20 to 70. Towards the end of the course, before exams, we had to submit a thesis. I had never ever written any thesis in my life. I did extensive research going through various yoga books, American journal and periodicals, stayed for 10 days for studying and visiting various ashrams in Rishikesh. My thesis turned out to be the best ever written by any student in 35 years of Mumbai University course. Many of my friends, my professors, and finally, my beloved friend, Dr. Mickey Mehta, strongly recommended me to expand my thesis and write a book. A lot of credit goes to my dear friend and Guru Bhai, Dr. Mickey Mehta, all along motivating me and telling me, "Bhai, you have a lot of knowledge stored inside you. So now it's about time to bring it out and have your work published to spread knowledge." So finally, last month, we had my book published and launched with divine hands of Param Pujya Swami Ramdev Ji live on Asta TV. I would be happy to show a small video clipping of this launch.
Please
Can
go
you take
ahead.
it? Thank you. You can start the video. Voice.
Deepak, you've not joined the audio, so maybe if you can start again and join the audio when you play the video. Over. Deepak, this video has got an audio because Swami Ramdev actually plugged this live on the Asta TV. So if you could join the audio, please, when you share screen. Deepak, the audio is still not coming. If you can read me, there is no audio. You need to join the audio at the bottom left before the audio plays. Let's go live to Himanshu meanwhile, while Deepak is getting ready. So Himanshu, Deepak, you can stop the screen share till you join the audio. If you could stop the screen share, and Riddhi, you can keep on chatting with Himanshu. Over.
Absolutely. So Himanshiji, I had a really cool question for you, right? I had the question about what is the difference between yoga and yogi? And is it just somebody that actually practices yoga? Or is there something perhaps a little bit more special about it?
Yeah. Okay.
Himanshu, you're live. You need to unmute yourself.
Okay. Host is not allowing.
Himanshu, keep chatting with Riddhi, please. Don't worry. If Deepak finds it, we'll play then. You just chat with Riddhi. She has asked you a question. Over. Riddhi, you can ask the question again. Over.
Yes. My question was, what's the difference between yoga and being a yogi?
Yeah.
Himanshu, can you hear us? Over. You are muted. You need to unmute yourself.
Yeah. But
He's saying host is not allowing you to unmute.
Well, you are a co-host, so you can unmute. Let's try again. Let's put you on a different one. Can you unmute now on this one?
Yes.
Okay, switch off all the other sound, please. Otherwise, you will get a feedback. Over.
Okay.
We are getting a feedback because you have joined audio on everything. Please don't join the audio. Even Deepak has joined the audio. Deepak, you don't have to join the audio. You only join the audio when you share screen. So Deepak, sign back in without audio. Otherwise, we have a feedback. Okay, Himanshu, really ask you a question. So what's the difference between a yogi and yoga?
In fact, a lot of difference because the general misconception what we have, most of us think that yoga is all about physical asanas and pranayama. Over 10 to 12 years ago, even I used to think the same. Actually, asanas in yoga are just tip of the iceberg. or we can say alphabets of a literature, or Surya Namaskar and yoga are sequence or varakadi of words. Actually, yoga is a vast science, multidimensional, covering every aspect of human needs, as Riddhi said, for fruition of human race. So now let us understand one thing. Yeah, I have a very good example, Nil Kumarji. This is worth hearing for you particularly. Yeah, we are all guests on this planet for a very short span. To put it simple words, let me say myself and Nil Kumar are great friends. He warmly invites me to London and to stay at his home with his family for a few days, with sole purpose to spend quality time and enrich each other with joyful moments. Like Mother Earth, Prakriti, he nourishes me with everything nice, beautiful places to sightsee. I enjoy lovely weather of London, healthy nutritious food, soothing place to sleep, waking up with chirping of birds. But what if I start acting over smart, egoistic human instead of expressing gratitude and enjoying such a lovely buffet, start taking it for granted, start abusing, start playing filthy politics within his family, poking my nose everywhere, then what's going to happen? Obviously, he's just going to kick me out of his house. That's what's happening, my friends. Mother Earth is very angry, not on animals or any other species, but on us humans. And Neil Kumar, I would say rightly Mother Earth, because he is promoter and founder of Healing Our Earth, as my host for my stay, will feel so much hurt, as his intentions were absolutely bona fide to make my stay as hospitable and enjoyable as possible. But I became a spoil sport and kept messing up everything, take all good things from him for granted. That's what has happened, friends. Our Mother Earth feels extremely hurt, heartbroken for all the obnoxious behavior of humans from centuries. Mother Earth is furious and very angry with us, silently, or rather, now through climate change, furiously conveying to all of us, enough is enough. So what's the remedy?
Himanshu, well done. You're welcome to London anytime, and anybody who visits to India, whenever anybody goes to India, remember you are allowed free of charge to visit Juhu Beach, right near the Novotel Hotel, where Himanshu and Pratima will welcome you for a free yoga session on every Saturday, 6 o'clock morning Indian time. Himanshu, stay there. I'm going to play the video from Swami Ramdev from my end itself. Please remain muted and just enjoy the video over here.
Thank you.
Please bear with me. We need to select and
कर्नल धीर जी के मित्र हैं हिमांशु मेहता जी। इन्होंने योग के ऊपर मेकिंग ऑफ अ योगी पुस्तक लिखी है, और हिमांशु मेहता जी एक बिजनेसमैन है और 3 दशकों से योग की सेवा कर रहे हैं और समाज में जागरूकता फैला रहे हैं। तो हमारे कर्नल धीर जी का और हिमांशु मेहता जी का भी अभिनंदन है। एक बार जोरदार तालियां इनके लिए। ऐसे सब इस योग की सेवा में अपना अपना उत्तरदायित्व, अपनी अपनी भूमिका निभाएं। तो जी कर्नल साहब, इन्होंने भी खूब सेवा की है वर्षों, और 82 साल के हो गए फिर भी इतने मजबूत हैं। कर्नल साहब इधर आ जाओ, कर्नल साहब इधर ही आ जाओ, इधर इधर, यहाँ यहाँ, हाँ निकालो भाई। तो ये जो है, एक बार जोरदार ताली बजा दो भाई। तो इनकी इच्छा थी कि मैं पतंजलि में आकर के और हाँ ये अपनी सेवा जो है अपने गुरु को समर्पित करना चाहता हूँ। तो ऐसे सात्विक आत्माओं के सात्विक पुरुषार्थ के लिए खूब खूब अभिनंदन है। और एक कर्नल साहब को भी दे दो, एक आप पकड़ लो। बहुत बहुत आशीर्वाद, बाकी फिर अभी मिलेंगे आपसे। बहुत बहुत आशीर्वाद। 2 शब्द कहना चाहते, कह रहा।
स्वामी जी को कोटि कोटि नमन। मैं फास्टिंग के बारे में आप सबको बताना चाहता हूँ कि जापान के एक साइंटिस्ट हैं, उनको नोबेल प्राइज मिला है फास्टिंग की वजह से। उन्होंने कैंसर के और इन कई बीमारियों को ठीक किया है। तो स्वामी जी को तो बहुत बहुत सारे नोबेल प्राइज मिलने चाहिए।
मेरे लिए तो नोबेल पुरस्कार के सत्कार से भी बड़ा आप सब लोगों का प्यार है, वो मुझे मिला हुआ है। बहुत बहुत आशीर्वाद।
Well, Himanshu, how did it feel when you were there at the Patanjali and you met the yoga guru of the world? You need to unmute yourself. You need to unmute yourself, Robert.
Yeah, okay. It was amazing experience. It was just amazing. And he was so humble and so nice and warm. I must say, yeah, his down to earth personality. I mean, Swamiji, of course. Yeah. So very difficult to find such a humble Swamiji because I met many of the Swamijis. So great. It was lovely experience.
Well done. You've gone right to the top. So very well done. Nidhi, really over to you. You can carry on now. Thank you.
Oh, fantastic. So,
Me, sir, I want to say something. So only welcome Himanshu sir at London, not to me.
sorry, we can't hear you too well, Fatmaji.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I continue.
Yeah, so fantastic. Congratulations on the launch of your book with Swami Ramdevji.
Yeah, so this is a book, of course. Yep. And later on, I'll post a link. For Amazon links. It's now available globally. Yeah. So
fantastic. So I've got to know, what's the biggest takeaway that people can actually get from your book? Is it that they can actually become a yogi by the time they've gone through the whole book?
I was talking about the remedy part of it when we say that the remedy. Okay. So in the first place, we all need to spiritually unite through language of yoga. Leave all religions aside because religion divides, spirituality unites. Embrace each other through yoga practice. Through my book, this is what we are going to understand by decoding the doctrines that were created and left for humans as a manual about 3,500 years ago by Maharishi Patanjali. Sage Patanjali was a master of yoga and a fully evolved soul. But this great thinker had the ability to empathize with joys and sorrows of ordinary people. His reflections and those of other ancient sages on the ways through which every person could realize his full potential were outlined in 196 Yoga Sutras. However, we humans are so convenient creatures that instead of following Sage Patanjali's eightfold path of yoga in a chronological order, we completely ignored the first two most important steps, as it is quite difficult to implement, which are yam and niyam. We directly jumped on the third and fourth step. So this is the difference between the yoga and yogi. A yogi follows yam and niyam first and then jumps on the asanas and the pranayam. So the third and fourth step is asana and pranayam. Here now, asana and pranayam has become popular, but people barely know about yam and niyam. So then we set our goal to take nice pictures after learning asanas of different asana poses and dynamic postures to post it on social media and do a little bit of pranayam just for namesake. Had yam and niyam were promoted and practiced, two amazing things would have happened. One is asanas would have become very simple and easy to practice because it would have opened up all the channels and chakras. And secondly, we would have had the best breed of selfless citizens free from any evil activities or wars. Yeah, Riddhi?
Fantastic. So they actually say that with asanas, it's about stiram sukham asana, which is about having steady asanas when we're actually going through it. From asana to asana, it's about having a steady flow, to be steady in the body, to be steady in the mind. Is that something that you can shed some more light on?
Exactly, yeah, because in all 196 sutras, it's only Patanjali has mentioned about asana as Sukham Sthiram Asanam. So whichever asana you do, it has to be still and without any efforts, without any unwanted pain. Of course, no pain, no gain, but not the bad pain, the good pain. You should take a good pain. So so emphasis is not given on asana, but emphasis is given in more connecting between the individual soul with the universal soul. So,
Right. So,
yeah.
for example, when they're actually in a state of stress, it's the effect between the prana, which comes from the breathing and the mind. So when the prana is a lot more steady, when the breathing is a lot more steady, it's also easier for the mind to be steady as well, right?
Yes, of course. So when you're doing pranayama, if you go, I mean, the breathing has to be very slow and steady and more deeper. So as we do in pranayama, the normal breathing is you breathe only to the chest level. But here the lungs are of course to the collarbone level. So you fill in the lungs right up to the collarbone, slow and deep. And then of course you're more focused and concentrated in your practice.
Fantastic. Could you share us a couple of examples?
Oh, yes, of course. So we'll give a demonstration of a couple of asanas, which are more of stress-free, or the pranayama.
Oh, before that, I have a question, normal question, not a thing, because many of my friends even ask me whenever I tell them about your book, like they specifically ask me, why this book? What we gonna bring from this book? What is special about this book? So I want you to tell everyone, like even I can show this video to my friends also, as a no wise, if I read your book, what I gonna gain from that book? What's gonna be advantage for me?
So the book, can I suggest something about the book?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay. The book gives several practical remedies like anti-aging, aging gracefully, and living longer, healthy life, disease-free life, and getting rid of the eyeglasses, contact lenses, weight loss, brahmacharya techniques, yogic diet, cancer treatment, cardiovascular health, and many, many more. And more than that is the psychological benefits, that is overcoming depression, insomnia, anxiety, jet lag cure, improve memory and concentration, creation of positive and empowering thoughts, techniques of countering and overcoming negativity, law of polarity, that is what we call pratipaksha bhavana, power of discrimination, which is utmost important in yoga for overall success, and finally, liberation from suffering. So the message is, of course, for the readers, living a well-balanced life of 3H, health, happiness, harmony, from 4th H, Himanshu. Okay. So yoga is an invaluable gift of India to the world. In fact,
incredible message, Himanshuji. 4H.
We have a promo video also about the book, which is a very powerful video. If we can play it from here, then it will be great. It's possible, Kumar? Go on the link. It's on the YouTube, because I don't know whether Deepak is able to play it. Take it.
So
Himanshu, again, we can see the visuals, but we can't hear any sound. Could you please share the audio? Yep, again, we can see the visuals, but we can't hear any audio.
Okay, stop the screen share, Deepak. Let's go on the chat and everything. Stop the screen share, please. Thank you. Stop the screen share. Over. Okay, let me help you break the screen share. There you are. Stop screen share. Don't worry about it. Himanshu, just show your demonstration and everything. Deepak, you need to join the audio. Tick the audio at the bottom left. Until you do that, it will not play the audio. Okay, Himanshu, carry on with your poses and wonderful tips that you are going to give to the people. Unmute yourself. Over.
Yeah.
We can hear you. You're live. We can hear you.
So the first one I'll show is a stress buster. Here. Yeah. You stand about 2 feet apart, feet parallel, like toes in, heels out. So the outer edge of the feet are parallel. And yeah, then forward bend. Push bend up to 90 degrees, just 90 degrees. And push back your hips as if you're about to fall. You can see the 90 degrees. And the magic is here in the hamstring, not to bend at all. Stretch the hamstring. And then let the upper body fall slowly. The head hangs like a coconut on the tree. And then grab your elbows, leave it loose, and just keep on exhaling. No matter if you're tired from the exercise or from your office work or whatever, in just 1 minute, this can leave you stress-free. In just a minute. I call it as a 1-minute stress buster. But the magic, remember please, is here. And the second one, of course, is we call it as a Monday blues stress buster. So, Adha Mukha Svanasana, yeah. So it's a downward facing dog. Together, I mean, one feet apart, toes in, heels out. Okay. And here keep on pushing. Pull it back. Yeah. Yes. Good. Again, heels up. Try and touch the heels if you can. Again, not to bend the hamstring. So still the heels should be out. Yes. And try to bring the forehead towards the knee. And give a full stretch to your body. This will relieve all possible stress. Okay. Come up slowly. Yeah. So Now, I can show you. Do we have time?
Yes, we do. Go ahead, please.
Then I can demonstrate Nadi Shodhana Bastrika. Right? So, take the fingers in the Nasika Mudra, which is the index and the pinky with thumb, and place it on the left nostril. This was very useful for during Corona. And the right thumb on the nostril, right nostril. So folks, I would appreciate if others also joining us, and this is very simple to do it and very useful. So you breathe in deep and then a sharp exhalation. And you have to pump in from the abdominal like a blacksmith bellow. No? Then shut the right nostril and exhale from the left. Inhale and exhale from the left. Just do 12 on each side. That would be very good, very relaxing for you. And then, of course, you can do Ujjayi Pranayama also. More than that, there's one more relaxing posture which I would like to show is a Virasana bend forward. Yeah. Right. So, yeah, sit in the Vajrasana and then widen the legs. Okay, not too wide. Okay, the toes, the back, they're touching, just touching, and the buttocks are resting on the heels. Now slowly bend forward. Yeah, and then place your forehead. Your buttocks should not rise. Okay, and raise the palms, stretch from the wrist. This is an excellent relaxing posture. And if you want to further relax more, then you can tell your friend, partner, spouse, anybody to just lie down on top. Okay? But one has to be careful. And just relax. So both are relaxing. Okay. Yes.
Yes, feeling very relaxed indeed. Could you also demonstrate Bhastrika as well?
Sorry, please come again.
Could you please demonstrate the Bhastrika pranayama as well?
Yeah, pranayama. Ujjayi pranayama.
Himanshu, if you can hear me, Riddhi, if you can hear me, Himanshu, I think I'll be able to play your the book video you are struggling to play. Just bear with me and let me see if we can do that. And if this is the right one, just do your thumbs up, okay? Bear with me a moment.
Yes.
Is this the right one?
Yes, yes.
Hear the sound.
Kashmir has never been an integral part of India, and this is a historical fact.
this sheer madness can be stopped.
Thank you. Yeah. So that's the message in the video also. Am I audible?
Yes, you are indeed.
Okay. So it also answers your first question. What is the difference between yoga and yogi?
Right.
So basically, yogi will never be a spoilsport on this planet. Create, not to destroy, not to destruct. And my message through this book is, let's say if everybody was following Yam Niyam, the Ashtangs, the eightfold path of yoga, then we wouldn't be having any wars. There wouldn't be any borders. I won't require visa to travel anywhere, you know. So, but right now it sounds utopia, but everybody is now embracing to yoga. So maybe in another 50 years, things may change a lot.
So Himanshu, we have only got 4 minutes left. Riddhi, let's extend 5 minutes extra for Himanshu.
Right.
Dr. Anand Sharma, who is waiting here, we will be 5 minutes late into your slot, but don't worry, Dr. Sharma, we will make sure you get that 5 minute extra. Thank you for acknowledging. Riddhi, go ahead and let's bring the best out of the book from Himanshu. He has done a fantastic effort in the book. And maybe let's tell people that it's available on the Amazon, it's available on the website, it's got in a link on it. So Riddhi, go ahead, proceed and extend 5 minutes extra and carry on with your interview. Over.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So I think it's a fantastic job that you've actually done with the visuals to actually bring out the whole book in an essence, in a way that makes people think and to feel a little bit deeper, because when they create that connection with themselves, they're also creating that connection with the relationships around them, with the world around them as well. So in essence, in the book, are we basically looking at ways that we can create that harmonized feeling to be able to uphold the peace on earth, to be able to feel one with ourselves, to connect deeper with ourselves, but also to connect deeper with those around us?
Sorry. Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I got distracted. I'm posting the links. So
please go ahead and share the links.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, Riddhi, so come again with your question, please.
So in the essence of the book itself, are we looking at ways that we can actually go past the destruction of the world and start to find ways that we can harmonize not only with ourselves and the connection within, but also with the people around us, the relationships around us, the world around us?
Yes, so that's what Ashtanga Yoga, Patanjali's eightfold path teaches us. The yama and the niyama, that's social code and personal code. So that's what teaches us how to harmonize. So you can enjoy life, everything. As I said, if I'm a guest at Nil Kumar's place, if I'm sober, nice, and then we are going to have a joyful time and happy moments, right? So same thing, when we live in harmony on the Mother Earth for whatever span of time, maybe 50 years, 100 years, whatever span of time we have in harmony, then it's going to be a very joyful journey and stay here on this planet. And it's not going to harm anyone because God has given everything. It's only, there's a conflict between the, what you can say, the selfish and the selfless people. Selfless people, they want to give. The great selfless friend we have is Nil Kumar, of course, just wants to give. And the selfish, yeah, you find the wars happening and it never ends. One war begins, the other war is always in process.
So
So
it looks like it's a continuous cycle of thought, a continuous cycle of feeling, a continuous cycle of being. Do we ever actually arrive at being a yogi?
Yeah. So by being a yogi, I mean, in fact, all of us within ourselves is a yogi. There's a God within us, and there's a devil also residing in us. So we never know. They both play seesaw. Sometimes the God is, I mean, predominant, and sometimes it's the devil predominant. It depends on our thinking pattern, the thought waves, right? So, but once we practice yama and niyama, then we have a discrimination. We can distinguish what is right and what is wrong. So we'll never tend to be selfish. We'll always be giving. So when everybody is giving and nobody is grabbing, then there's nothing to steal for anyone. It's always sharing. That's it. And that's what we human beings here are on this planet, just to share everything. It's
Fantastic.
all about sharing.
Through the sharings that we're able to connect as well. So you've mentioned a couple of things. You've mentioned the yamas, the niyamas, the way that we can move from a state of destruction into a state of peace, into a state of harmony. What else can we actually gain from your book?
Yeah. So from the book, of course, as I said, the theme is basically for harmony. As I said, 3H: health, happiness, and harmony for individual. But globally is again to harmonize amongst all the human beings and have a Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The whole world, the entire world is our family. That's the feeling we need to have. And that's what our PM Modi ji is also, I mean, everywhere he's saying the same thing. And we are fortunate that right now more than 195 countries have embraced yoga. So even rest of the countries would definitely embrace, and then we'll find the revolution happening.
Right. I think it's such a nice way of actually going about doing things, where you're thinking forward vision, you're thinking into the future, into what we want to create, and you've got all of those tips, tricks, strategies in your book in a way that's very accessible to people. I think you mentioned that it's on Amazon as well, so people can go onto Amazon and download your book, buy your book.
Yeah. It's available on demand from Amazon, of course, from in most of the countries, including India.
Nice.
Yeah, India, of course, it's sold in the bookstores. Yeah.
Fantastic. And we're just about to wrap up, but before we do that, do you have any final thoughts for our audience? Any final takeaways?
That's it. Basically, final, as I said, we just walk on the path of yoga and harmonize with each other with the language of yoga, then things will become more simple and easy to live life. No hassles. Because, I mean, greed doesn't serve any purpose. You become greedy, you tend to become more and more greedy. There's no end to it.
Right.
So Riddhi, Himanshu, let's point, because the viewers are actually sitting on a YouTube, Facebook, Periscope, Twitch website. For them to access the book, very simple, whichever country you are from, just put Making of a Yogi, Himanshu Mehta. It will prop up an Amazon link of your country. Just click on it and you can purchase. In case, if you forget anything, visit the website page of Healing Our Earth. Visit the Himanshu Mehta's profile on the yoga and meditation. The links are there as a hyperlink. So once again, whichever country you are on, just search for Making of a Yogi, Himanshu Mehta, and it will prop up an Amazon link. Well done to you, Himanshu. Pratima, thank you for helping Himanshu. I think you had other guests. If you just mention their names quickly before we say goodbye to you.
Yes, sir. And,
if we can bring them on the screen, please.
Yes. Deepak, please come. Yeah.
And the lady, there is a lady and there is another gentleman.
Jyoti and Deepak.
Thank you to the whole team of Inspire. You know, for Inspire, a wonderful team there in India. Whoever visits to Mumbai, remember, Saturday morning, 6 o'clock Indian time. You are welcome. Just walk on the beach. There is only one major yoga session going on near the Novotel Hotel. You will be welcome there open-heartedly, and they're part of Healing Our Earth. Thank you very much. Vidhi, over to you for last statement, and we move on to Dr. Anil Sharma in a moment.
Fantastic. I just want to say once again, congratulations on the book, on the launch with Swami Ramdevji. It's a fascinating read. I've managed to read some of it already. And I just encourage everybody to get a copy of that book, to delve into some of the yamas and the niyamas, and to start to experience that in their day-to-day lives, to start to apply some of those principles that Himanshuji has very kindly put together with the love of his own heart, and a fantastic team there as well, guiding him along the way. So thank you once again for sharing the strategies with us today, and to bring together those teachings in a comprehensive manner in the book. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Namaste. And that brings us on very nicely to our next guest, who is Dr. Anil Sharma. And Dr. Anil Sharma has done a lot of traveling. He's traveled extensively in India, in Dubai, in Europe, and the UK with one aim, and that aim is to treat patients that are suffering from chronic illnesses through his fascinating ways of bringing together the philosophy, but also physiology as well. He's been there for over 20 years. It's a way for him to bring together yogic asana with physiology, which stimulates the nerves, it stimulates the glands. It works on all of the systems of the human body together. And he's also got a fantastic session, which he's been doing during the lockdown itself, which is all about yogic therapy, which has been presented very nicely on MATV. He's got a fascinating website as well, if anyone wants to look a little bit deeper. And his philosophy is to live a healthy life, learning from experts in a way that enables us to really start to work on some of those pressure points, enables us to free up the system so that we don't feel all of those acids and toxins which are locked into our body, but we can start to, through the pressure points, release that and start to move towards a space of alkaline healing, increasing the bone density, and just feeling a lot better, feeling a lot more happier, a lot more vitalized, and a lot more fulfilled in life. So namaste, Dr. Anilji. Thank you for joining us today.
Namaskar, hello, and sasrikal to all. So the yogic neurotherapy, basically, if I just give a little explanation what exactly is the yogic neurotherapy. So yogic, we choose the word because we use the strategic pressure points on the yogic asanas. Like when we sit in the Vajrasana, so what happens with the doing the Vajrasana? We just a little bit shorten the blood supply in the legs and increase the blood supply in your stomach or your intestine or your gut area. Like if we do the head down, Shirshasana, then the blood increases in your head, your brain. So that's how the yogic is in this therapy is applied. So then the patient comes like in cervical spondylitis or neck pain or shoulder pain, they can't do the head down Shirshasana. So in that case, what we do, we apply the pressure on the hands in some specific pressure points and divert the blood supply towards certain glands and nerves area. So this is how we do the therapy. So what we do with this diverting the blood supply toward the glands and nerve, we want to stimulate that particular nerve or gland, specifically glands, to produce certain hormones or chemicals or enzymes, whatever we require in the body to heal that particular problem. So application is through the yogic pressures, and the main principle is physiology of the body. So whatever medicines you take out from the outside, like for thyroid, you take altroxin, or for blood pressure, you take the beta blockers, and for stomach, you take the antacids, and for inflammations, you take the anti-inflammatories, whether it is non-steroidal or steroidal. So all these chemicals, all these hormones, our body makes every day. When these chemicals or enzymes or hormones are lacking in the body, then the diseases comes. So certain diseases comes because of the genetic problems, certain comes because of the infections, certain comes because of our lifestyle. Arthritis nowadays, if you take, or the depression, if you nowadays take, stress you take, all these are because of the lifestyle conditions. Because we don't sit in the down, and we don't fold our knees, we don't fold our the lower limbs, and we sit on the sofas, sedentary life. So joints doesn't move, and certain kind of acids increase in our body because of the food habits. So control the acids, we need the alkaline in the body. So everybody knows here that the pancreas makes the insulin, but less people may be knowing that the pancreas also makes the sodium bicarbonate, which is in our kitchen shelves, soda bicarb, that is made, that is produced in our body by the pancreas head. So when the patient comes to us for the acidic problems like acidity or the other acids, so we can't reduce the acid, but we can increase the sodium bicarbonate. Once the sodium bicarbonate is a little bit increased, then it will neutralize the acids. So this is how this therapy works. And in certain conditions, like the Riddhi was mentioning about the COVID time, I was doing the TV shows on the MATV twice a week at that time to teach the general public how to increase your immune system to fight with any kind of infection, whether it is viral infection, bacterial infection, fungal infection, because we have a system in the body, and that system of the body is especially designed to fight with the foreign matters. And to certain people must be knowing about the those who have the little bit knowledge of physiology, that in that the spleen, thymus gland, our lymph nodes, tonsils, and parotid glands. So these are the main glands which fights with the foreign matters. So I was teaching only 3 points at that time, just a simple massages to activate these 3 glands: thymus, our tonsils, and parotid glands. And I have the feedback of lakhs of people, those who got COVID, got little severe COVID as well, but they recovered very, very quickly. So in this therapy, what we do, the specific targeting to the certain glands and certain chemicals and certain enzymes. And it's very simple. The application is very simple. We just apply the pressure on the blood supply for the different glands for 6 to 8 seconds only, and divert and relax, divert and relax. So like, suppose if I want to do the pancreas point, so I will do 6 to 8 second pressure 8 times or 10 times only, not for the half an hour or 1 hour. So sometimes whole treatment covers 15 to 20 minutes maximum, depend on the how many glands I am using. So this is how this therapy works. So I'm practicing this in London since 2000. So 2004, I formed a company, Yogic Neurotherapy Limited. And since then, I'm in London, traveling a lot of countries, and more than 10,000 patients I have in London, and severe chronic diseases to simple chronic conditions. And I think the Riddhi was asking me yesterday that we'll talk about some stress level, how the body and how our mind and how our body respond to the different kind of stresses. Yes. So whenever the stress comes, so everybody knows the fight and flight hormone, which is the cortisols. that raises in the body. Whenever we have any stress or any kind of body feels that there is any threat or anything to the body starts making the extra cortisols, which is the fight or flight hormones. What happens if the stress is coming every hour, every 2 hours, every 3 hours? Cortisol go up, go up, go up, but there is nothing, there is no real stress, real threat to the body, but there is only some mental stresses. But sometimes what happens when the real threat comes or real thing comes, the cortisol level doesn't cope up with the body and doesn't come up. And that is the time when it's called the body nervous system goes under attack, or certain chemicals which are the cheerful chemicals or cheerful hormones like serotonin, norepinephrine, aphrines are required to cheer the brain. They also subsides. Whenever you are happy, your stomach will be working like a very good and in full swing. Whenever you are very stressful, your stomach will also go down and your acids will be more and alkaline, and the liver and pancreas will go sluggish. So pancreas and liver bile is the alkaline in nature. So once the acids goes up, then the inflammation also comes. So that's why when the patient comes to us with the stress or severe depression or these kind of conditions, so first we control their acids, their gases, stomach inflammation. Any inflammation in the stomach, gastritis, or the hyperacidity. So when we bring down the acids and bring down the inflammations in the body, acids all automatically goes down. And then we start stimulating the serotonin points. And you will be surprised to know that our intestine, small intestines, are the main production area of the serotonin. And the norepinephrine is the adrenal area. So our cortisols and adrenal and all these things, when they are in balance, they are in harmony, you are fine. You don't. So when we see in our family that there are 4 members, 2 are very sensitive, they take the stress very easily, 2 they don't care, because their body system is controlling and body system is not allowing the stress to take over. So what we can do to the other 2 people, those who are very sensitive, we can apply some pressure points to enhance their system to cope up with the stress pressure. So this is how we balance the body within the body through the own chemical system, pure natural, inside yours. And now the second most problem in this country is the arthritis, because of the damp weather, because of the lack of vitamin D. Vitamin D we can't produce in the body, so we sometimes tell our patients, you can take it from the sunshine or take it from the shops. But the anti-inflammatory, degenerative, and the sometime with the autoimmune disorder arthritis, that we can control within the body. So regeneration in the body also starts when our body is producing enough parathyroid hormones in balance, and your acid levels are okay, your uric acids are okay, your guts and your intestine is picking up the calcium, picking up the vitamin D, making enough calciferol, D125 calciferol. So this is how we balance for the arthritis as well. And doing some pressure points. So normally we do the pressure points twice a week or thrice a week. And it's not the every day we have to do certain pressure points for every diseases. So it's very less time consuming, very quick, very convenient. People can do at their home as well. So we have designed certain programs with the pressure cuffs or the help of the family members, so they can do that these pressure points at their homes as well. Because I am in London only, so I am treating the patients in America and Canada and Australia and India I'm sending them the packages and they are doing at home. So this is how this yogic neurotherapy works. So I will show you only 3 points which I showed in the COVID time, and now the hay fever time is also coming. So this is very good for the hay fever people who are suffering from the hay fever. So very simple things. You have to just use your right hand first, use this part, put it in the middle of the chest toward the collarbones. So this is our sternum where the thymus gland is. So with the right hand, we are going to the left side, just massaging upward, not very hard, but fast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Then use your left hand, use the same part, and toward the left side, toward the right side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's it. So 12 and 12 massages. Then these are your tonsil areas. So you can use the same part of the hand and massaging very gently upward 12 times, but little fast. So we are increasing the blood supply. Same other side, 12 times. These are the tonsil areas. Then our parotid glands. So the same area, same hand, 12 times downward and 12 times downward. So these 3 massages, I suggest most of the people, those who don't have the autoimmune disorders, twice a week keep doing this to make your immune system work, your lymphatic system work little properly. If you have the problem, suppose you start sneezing today and you have a very bad hay fever, start doing this 3 times a day for 3 days. And within 3 days, you will see that your body is making enough antihistamines as well and giving you the more relief in the sneezings and runny nose, watery eyes. Infections, urine infections, and any kind of viral infections, bacterial infections. Whenever the infection starts, start doing 3 times a day for 3-4 days, and then reduce it and comes down to twice a week. So this is very tested, and so many patients have benefited with this. Even during the COVID time, so many patients were severely ill and they get benefited. And that is on record on my TV shows. The people are, because my TV shows are always live telecast and question answer by telephones. So I give them the immediately some points, what to do and how to do. 1 or 2 points, whichever I can show on the TV. And then I get the reverse feedback as well. So loads of people said that they are getting better. Any questions from Vidhi?
Yes, we had a question from the audience saying, Dr. Neil Sharmaji, does yogi help with thyroid-related issues? Thank you.
Yeah, so underactive thyroid, I can show 1 point from here. The underactive thyroid, those who has the hypothyroid and taking the altroxin or medicine, keep taking the medicine. I never stops the medicine. That's your GP or your doctor or your consultant will tell you to whenever to stop or whenever to increase or whenever to decrease. Keep doing these points, get done your blood reports and then consult your GP, and then as per them, increase or decrease the doses. So this is your thyroid area above the collarbone. So use your fingers and thumb like this and put it onto the collarbone, above the collarbone, a little gap like this, and just tap inside 4 times, 5 tappings. Give 2 tappings and count 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And your head should be a little bit downward like this, not a stretched neck, loose neck, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So do this point every evening around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, because whosoever is having the medication, they take this thyroid medication in the morning. So best time to do this in the 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock in the evening. Keep doing this point every day. So underactive thyroid, this is the point.
Fantastic. And I'd also like to invite Dr. Guptaji to join us as well, and see if he has any more questions for us.
Thank you so much. We had a good chat, Anish Sharmaji. I think it was interesting to know that there is a direct correlation. The issue is more about the evidence, but I think it's fantastic, the simple things you have shown, particularly also for the pain, nerve pain you were saying about. So particularly say, for example, if there's pain in shoulder, which is very common, how would you suggest?
For the aches and pains, basically we give the full treatments, which obviously I can't show it here, but one point I can show, one video if I will be able to show it, but the patient has to take somebody's help in your house, and somebody else will do this pressure point on you, or if you have the blood pressure cuff, then that can be applied on yourself and take it. So this is the point number 10 in our this therapy. So I will try to show it here.
Point number 10. Point number 10 आपने अपनी राइट थाई पर लेना है, लेकिन इसके लिए आपको अपनी राइट करवट दाई बाजू इस तरह.
Sorry, it's in Hindi, so I will explain you in English.
लेफ्ट लात को आगे फोल्ड कर ले इस पोजीशन में. तो आपके फैमिली मेंबर राइट लेग पर आपके राइट थाई पर ऊपर की तरफ से प्रेशर देना शुरू करेंगे. 8 seconds.
So see the position, then I will explain you in English.
करना है अप टू डाउन. पहले ऊपर 8 सेकंड, फिर बीच में 6 to 8 सेकंड, 1 2 2 3 3 4 4 5 5 6 6 7 7 8 8. फिर थोड़ा सा नीचे. नी के पास आपने नहीं जाना है, नी जॉइंट को टच नहीं करना है. 3 जगह पे प्रेशर करने हैं. ये भी अपने चार्ट में देखें, 3 राउंड लिखे हैं या 4 राउंड लिखे हैं. वापस ऊपर, फिर मिडिल में 6 to 8 सेकंड करते हुए एक एक स्टेप नीचे जाएंगे. 3 to 4 राउंड्स जैसा आपके चार्ट में दिया गया है या जैसा आपको बताया गया है. पॉइंट नंबर 10. पॉइंट नंबर 10.
So this is one point which you can do for any kind of muscular pains, or if there is any like inflammatory pain or nerve pain, joint pain, whether it is in the shoulder, knee, or wherever. Only do it on the right thigh and lie down in this position and start from up and give the pressure. It's not jerky movement. Give the pressure and increase the pressure and see the patient's face. If he's doing like this, so relieve little bit. So quite a good pressure, but not very hard and not very soft. So because we are stopping blood there for few seconds. And do this twice a day if the pain is too much, and you will see the relief. And if the pain is too much, suppose it's a nerve is pinching too much, then we have at least 6 or 7 combination of the points for the full treatment.
When pains are so common that it's really
yes, it's very, very common in this country, the arthritis, and especially this kind of the joint pains. And I have the record that within 5 to 10 sittings in 2-3 weeks, most of the pain subsides.
Wonderful, wonderful. You also mentioned one migraine. That's also one. So what would you suggest? Is there anything you could?
Migraine is basically there are I categorize them in 2 or 3 types of migraine. One is the hormonical, especially in the young girls or females. Second is any trigger points like fumes or any perfumes or any weather or any sunshine. It triggers with that. And sometimes it triggers with the stress, and sometimes with the cervical. Cervical headaches are also very common. That's also a kind of migraine. So when we ascertain that this is the particular type of migraine, then we choose the certain type of pressure points to control that. But if somebody has the right-sided migraine, suppose, only right-sided, this is, I'm just explaining just to how to control at that time, not the cure. but at that time it will reduce little bit. So suppose somebody has the right temple or right head side migraine, ask them to lie down and do the hand like this. Yes, and somebody will give the pressure on these areas. So let me see if I have the, I don't have this point in this video. So they will lie down like this, and somebody, family member, will give the pressure with the hand on the near the elbow first, 6 to 8 seconds, and then near the shoulder. Go back near the elbow, near the shoulder. So pumping the blood 6 to 8 seconds, but hand should be straight, not like this and not like this. Like this, the blood will immediately go in this area. Because normally the ultimate cause of the headache is the stiffening of the blood supply vessels. And why it's stiffening, why it's not opening when the blood is required more, that we ascertain with the different kind of conditions. So in that we treat from the stomach, from the liver, and from the stress point as well.
Thank you. I think back to Riddhi. Wonderful.
Yeah, some fascinating shares there for how we can actually be more in control to bring the system into a state of homeostasis, into a state of equilibrium through applying pressure in different ways to different muscles, to different points. I think that is absolutely fascinating. I had a question around whether somebody can actually think themselves into a state of illness. If somebody gets very stressed mentally, does that also affect their body? Because is there a connection between the mind and body?
100%. That's the main. This is our computer main, and this is our all the things which is happening here reflects to the body. That's the pituitary is the master gland, and it's just the size of a pea. Little bit is very small, but that controls the whole body hormonal system. So when you think negative or stress or any kind of negative thinking, then definitely your organs and your blood, your nervous system, and your the whole body system goes under the stress, or they don't work properly. Because like I gave you the example in the beginning, that when the brain is in the stress, your stomach goes under the stress. So stomach doesn't digest properly and then increases the acids in the body. So increasing the acid is the main culprit nowadays for any inflammatory conditions, or even the degenerative conditions or canceric conditions also. Because acid is the main culprit which has to be neutralized by the alkaline, and that is in the pancreas and liver. So mostly by our lifestyle and because of the stress. Pancreas is also a stress linked organ. If we are in stress, our pancreas go slow. So pancreas is not only for the insulin. Insulin is only made in the tail point of the pancreas. Pancreas is this fish shape of the organ. So the whole body of the pancreas makes sodium bicarbonate, lipase, amylase, carboxyphosphatidase, trypsin, chymotrypsin. There are so many chemicals is made in the pancreas. So we use the pancreas to make the body think positively as well, to control the acids also. So once your stomach is fine, your serotonins are proper, your brain will also get cheered.
Nice.
Riddhi,
More is joining us as well. Did you have a question?
Riddhi, I've got a question.
Right.
While we have got Dr. Sharma here, who is an expert in yoga neurotherapy, Dr. Sharma, arthritis. Yes. So arthritis is very big problem in many countries on the earth right now. People are living longer. One of the cause could be also uric acid, etc. And you just mentioned about acids. Yeah. What tips can you give people for a general relief from arthritis?
Yeah, so diet-wise, reduce the acidic things in your food. So acidic things like not too much. just in moderation, you can have everything, but not too much of acid. So like tomatoes and oranges and lemons, and people start drinking like the lemon is good. Somebody say the lemon is good. They keep starting drinking the lemon from the morning to evening. Sometimes the people say this thing is very good, so they keep. So don't do anything in excess. Even the drinking water in excess is also very bad for the kidneys. So be in moderation. So if you have the aches and pain too much, just for 2-3 weeks, cut down the acid things. The pressure point which I showed, the point number 10 on the right thigh, do that as well. And drink at least 6 to 8 glasses of water. Because in this country, we don't drink the water also. So cleaning your system is because we don't drink the water properly. Sometimes we count that we are drinking tea, we are drinking lemon, this thing, and that is all counted as water. So I don't count that as water. Anything you add into the water becomes food. So body doesn't clean without drinking the pure water. Whether it is hot, cold, doesn't matter. And then when the weather is changing, nowadays I am having so many of the neck pain and sciatica nerve pain problems, spasms. People just comes to me with just locked like this. Why? What happened? They just bend it to pick up the garbage or something, and they become like that. So that is severe spasm comes. Weather is changing, hot and cold, hot and cold. So our muscles get squeezed and got in spasm. So in this condition, just
Dr. Sharma, tell me, what's the role of salt in pain as well?
Salt also in moderation. If you have a blood pressure, then reduce the salt. If you don't have the blood pressure, don't eat too much. So everything in moderation or in good, in reasonable quantity should be the our main mantra. And if you sometimes have the cramps or sometimes have the muscle cramps and you don't have the blood pressure, then you can intake little bit extra salt.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sharma. There was a question from Sureka from South Africa. You answered it succinctly. Let's remind the viewers who are connected to us on social media that your website, which is very simple to remember, yogictherapy.co.uk. yogictherapy.co.uk. Dr. Sharma also gives consultation and has got packages up there. And he's also mentioned about the arthritis there. Thank you, Dr. Sharma. Over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing some fascinating tips with us there as well. You've got some fascinating packages on your website as well for anybody that does want a little bit further, recommending consultations for people that do want to look a little bit further. And we're also joined by Rajiv Gupta and Chris as well. And Anil Sharma, I'd encourage you, if you could, to stay with us for this as well. And Chris is somebody that has actually trained himself, and he helps other people as well with hypnotherapy, specifically looking at the roles of how our thoughts, our emotions, our behaviors work together to move from place A to place B. He's done quite a bit of work with stress management as well, and he's quite familiar with how the mind and the body work together. Rajiv Gupta-ji, as you probably already know, he's the producer of the Integrative Health here at Healing Our Earth. And we'd like to actually take a little bit of a deeper dive now into, Chris, if you could, the effects of stress. How is stress caused through the mechanisms of fear? When something isn't exactly a dangerous situation, but our mind perceives it as if it's danger, what happens?
It's an easy way to explain it. People have got phobias, which is stress. Now, what worry you or worry you wouldn't worry me, and the other way around. So my way of explaining it to somebody when you take the problem away from them is that probably when they were an example, one of the biggest phobias is the fear of spiders. Spiders are this big. And you get a big, strong lad, and he sees a spider, he'll run like heck. So the way I explain it is probably when they were a child, this is a really, brain is a really heavy bit of kit. right? It takes everything in. So Auntie Mary has got the child like this in her arms, and she's frightened of spiders. So when this spider comes across, the child can be very, very young, and she goes, oh, and screams. She thinks that is bad, terrifying, something to worry about. So it logs into his head. So the way you can get it round that is by using this brain, which is connected to the emotional brain, and this gut brain, as they call it. So in other words, you've got three brains. This has got lots of neurons in. This has got lots of neurons and memory in. And it normally loops from the emotional side to the brain side to give them the fight or flight run. Now, you can cure that within minutes by talking them through it and tapping on certain points and using a thing called EMDR, which is eye movement desensitization reprocessing. You can use the Sanyao channel with, there's your hand there. Now in Chinese medicine, they just discovered this in America about 2018, that there's a membrane, if you like, call it that, runs right through the whole of your body, through your muscles, your organs, your bones, the lot. And this is the Sanyao channel here. And you tap on this as you're talking to them. Then you get them to say, what is the word that describes the fear? Not your word, not like frightened of spiders. What is the word? This comes from all different things. So if they've got a really bad fear of anything, and you ask them their word to describe it, you can use this with PTSD as well. You see people who've got PTSD. So they get talked through a load of cognitive behavioral therapy, and he regurgitates all the rubbish, and it's had some effects, but some bad effects. So here, by tapping on this, using EMDR, which is the eye movements, and asking them the word, and when you get the word, you say, do you wish this to go away? And you go, yes. Do you wish it to go away now? Yes. And do you wish it never to return? Yes. They have automatically triggered the brain to follow the instructions that they're doing themselves. So what you do is then you move the eye movements, keep on doing this. The normal thing is you can get it shut of it in one go. In other words, it takes probably 5-10 minutes. If you don't, you go from this channel here, which is yin, to this channel here, same thing, Sanyao channel, and you tap on that. Now, I mean, that can be printed out and I'll drop it over to you or something. So that's one thing with fear. I think that's probably one of the easiest ones to show, because I'm showing it from a really a phobia point of view from when you're a little child. Now that phobia can be when you, if you like, PTSD they call it, when you've been fighting and your friend's next to you gets his head blown off, which is not very nice. So that's like triggers something off. But what you do is you ask them for their word, not what it is, because they know what it is. They're going to be terrified all the time. So that's one thing, of course, you can do. And Dr. Anil was brilliant in this explanation of things, if you don't mind me saying so. One of the things with the immune system, which you were talking about, I'll send this over to Rajiv, the little diagram, and he can send it out to everybody. Here, right, is the thymus gland. So as an immune booster, get your fist and you don't break your sternum, you just 1, 2, 3. Now here, as you come down your collarbone, there's kidney 1, kidney 27, and that goes right down to the one on your foot, which is, kidney 1. So here, so what you do is then find a sore spot, which you will do, find a sore spot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then you repeat it on this side. Now one will be a little bit more tender than the other, because you've got a slight imbalance in the yin and yang elements of your body. So don't worry about it, just tap the blooming thing. Under your arm, you've got your gallbladder meridian. Again, so I don't really can see it from here, I'm a stomach of it. There. So what you do is you feel for that sore spot, tap it 9 times. The other side to balance it up again, yin and yang, 9 times. And here underneath your breast, well, obviously fellas can just do this, but ladies have got to make sure there's nothing in the way. So you tap that 9 times, this 9 times. And then when you finish that, get your hands like this. And this is energy therapy, you see, it's using the energy out there. Down, and then down, put your hands facing down, you're dredging right down the meridians in front of your body, down to your pubic bone out. And then you're pulling energy in, and then down again 9 times. So if I can send that over to somebody, it might be good, yeah, if that's okay.
Fabulous. That's a fantastic explanation. Thank you so much, Chris. Rajiv, what happens when we're actually busy professionals, we've got loads of tight deadlines, we're moving from one thing to the next continuously without giving ourselves a break? So in other words, we're taking our home life to our work and our work life to our home. What's the effect?
So we have got a very special part in the brain called amygdala. And this little brain, which is called emotional brain, is actually, it's a tape recorder. It records everything that happens to us. And stress is when our ability to cope is less than the demand. So in real life, all of us, whether it's a homemaker or a person going to work, anybody, because I always feel home ladies, even they don't go to work, they still have got a work-life balance to do, looking after children, getting them dressed and ready for school, bringing them, cooking food, etc., etc., and their own life, which is very different, and it's much more worse for them. For those of us who are going to office for work is slightly easier because we can go to work, start doing the work, and we have a certain pattern. Usually, particularly since COVID has happened, there is everybody trying to put more work to get more economic outcome. And that is what is causing more difficulties now. There is more economic melt now. You would have heard recently that we are going to have a recession.
Yeah. Could I come in on that a bit? Yeah. There's a really daft one for this. Your fingers, these are all end meridians, right? So obviously this one here is the end of your heart meridian. Now, a lot of people are frightened to go in and speak, you know, when you're saying in business and they go to a meeting. Now here on the end of the finger here, where the first phalange is, you know, knuckle joint, and the side here where the nail is, you press down like that or tap it. And any tension that's about doing public speaking, for example, which is the biggest fear in the world, right? If you do that before you speak, or you can do this while you're talking, you can't see your hands, you've got your hands down here. And that takes all the stress and fear away. Now, there's another daft one, if you don't mind me showing you. Is that okay? Yeah. Because these are end meridians, right? For whatever reason, these are different things causing different problems. So when you shake them like this, but don't shake like this, you shake them like that, and you've seen kids blowing raspberries, they call it, and you go, and you'll find the pressure and the thing will go right the way down where you, like that, to no problem. Now, kids do this automatically, see them jumping down the street and doing this, they're getting shut of the energy, if you like, that's no good to them. But by doing that, but rapidly, shaking like hell and blowing raspberries. Now, if you do that on a train or a bus, you get free seats all around you, no problem at all. I don't know what's going on, but it works, and it works every single time. And so it looks daft, but what you're actually doing, I mean, Dr. Anel will know full well, because he's used to all kinds of pressure points on the body. You're releasing, you're not using the pressure points as such, yarn, when you're doing this one, because that's essential. If somebody's going to do a public talk, do this with your finger before you go on, you'd be great. And either finger or both fingers. So, but by doing this one, Obviously, you'd have to do that. They might lock you up on a train, but if you do this, it releases the tension out of all the meridians, lets it flow. And the blowing the raspberry triggers the brain to start laughing. So when the brain's in a happy mode, and it thinks, this is funny, like a kid. That's great. So put it into picture. I'm walking the dog, and I heard this thing, and it was chocolate, 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 chocolate. I go around the corner, and there's a little girl, must have been, I don't know, probably about 9 or something, on a scooter. And every time she put her foot down doing this, she was going, chocolate, chocolate, chocolate. So it's obviously her thought of chocolate was taking all the stress away from everything. I thought it was brilliant from a little girl. So I hope they're not too daft then, but they do actually work.
Absolutely right. So I think it's again the heart meridian, which is quite useful, and you bring it into it. And I was thinking is that it's quite useful in terms of stress. It's good to think where the stress is coming from. And majority of us don't think. We are on autopilot. We wake up, have tea, coffee, watch telly news, go to work.
One of the other things with again, you're back to the end meridians again, which everybody can use. I mean, you can tie it into the stuff you're doing because everybody's got an expertise in something. So use it, and then use this as well. Finger, squeeze it hard so you feel it throbbing, pull the rubbish off. So then what you're doing is you're freeing up all the energy. Ring finger, squeeze it. As soon as it starts throbbing, pull it off and bin it. What you're doing is, obviously in Chinese medicine, it's energy. So when you're doing that, you put it into the earth. It just gets turned into fresh new energy for some other person who needs it. You're just getting shut of the thing you don't want. This stuff, finger, bin it, and then thumb, most important, really important, because that causes a lot of problems. This one, squeeze it till it gets hot, or bin it, and then do the same with the other hand. So you've then balanced it up in a different way instead of doing this and blowing. So if ever you get stressed and you're like this, you just pull it off your finger and you can't see what you're doing.
So Dr. And I think it's fascinating with what Dr. Rajiv and Chris are actually showing us in terms of if somebody is actually stressed in that moment, they are able to take counter actions to be able to eliminate that stress. But what happens when the stress is actually on a subconscious level, when the stress has been perhaps in the body and the mind for quite a while, the stress factor itself has moved on, but yet there are still elements of stress within the body itself?
Yeah, well, you mentioned the arthritis, thing, and a lot of women suffer with arthritis because of the menopausal stuff. So what they do with that, the Namaste position. Now, the reason for that Namaste position, this is what's called a loud point, or in Chinese, and connecting points, pericardium 8. It's a sac that covers your heart. And in Chinese medicine and in obviously Western medicine. So here is another point. So when you put them together, you're balancing the yin and yang. So that's simple stuff. All you do is look at the hands like that. And as this hand goes up, it goes up that way. So obviously it's probably gone off the screen now, but you push it up like, and this one goes down, pressing down. So the hand's down like that. And then stretch, and then again, Namaste, energy points. And you look at the hand, you don't look at the one down there, you look at this one. That's yang energy, heaven energy, right? And then you bring the hand down, watching the hand as you bring this one up, bring it up to there again. Then you watch this hand, yang energy picking up on that side. So you're balancing yang, and as this hand, the other hand pushes it down, you're putting yin, if you like, energy, but whatever you don't want on the yang, and it picks the other stuff up. That's just the rough analysis. So literally for ladies who are struggling, to do it from a standing position if they can. Obviously if they're in a wheelchair, then it's a problem. But that alone, that movement and hold it for as long as you like. If you're struggling with breath, just hold it for just nice time for you, and then you watch the hand coming down. You don't look at this one, comes back up to there, yin and yang connection point, and up again. And you do that 9 times each side. In Chinese medicine, it's normally only 9s, 18s, 27, or if you're really bad, say you've got cancer or something like that, or some other major problem, you do it 36 times. Now, you can do it 3 times a day if you wish to, or longer. And the other stuff, if you just got, you mentioned migraines before, for example, they're blooming killers. One of the biggest things in all over the world, and predominantly women, right, have more migraines than men. Now, whether that's because the corpus callosum in a woman is bigger or not, I don't know. But with anything migraine-wise, try this because it works. You just breathe in, and you make the sound E, which you're talking about the pineal gland, etc. before, and it vibrates up, but it vibrates everything. So, and when you breathe out, you go in a descending tone. So you breathe in, and all the rubbish, if you like, out of your system. Then you breathe fresh new energy in, and the rubbish out. If it stops when you've done 3, no. It's called chasing the pain in Chinese medicine. It thinks, oh, well, she needs this or he needs this, and it goes in highs to get back. So you do it 9 times, and normally it's gone then. It's very rare that you can't get shut of it. But if it goes after 3, don't stop. Do 9, because it'll think, okay, I'll beg her off, but I'll come back and bite them. Yeah.
Wonderful. I think that's fantastic. And again, it connects, as you mentioned, about balancing, and stress is due to imbalance. And just balancing in different ways is so useful. And also, I just remember you were asking Riddhi earlier about Bastrika. That is an excellent way of preventing the stress and changing the fight and flight response to the rest and relaxed response, because it's a diaphragmatic breathing. So Bastrika typically involve a rapid and deep inhalation followed by a deep exhalation, activating the diaphragm. And in addition to that, actually that not only just activate the parasympathetic system, but also increase the oxygenation to the brain. And stress commonly causes lack of oxygen, stressful tension in the body, raised blood pressure, increase in the heart rate, increasing in breathing. This is all what is sympathetic response. And just a slight change with deep breath in. And if people want to do with this now, deep breath in for a second. Deep breath in, a deep breath out. A deep breath in, and deep breath out. If they do it even for 3 minutes, that would completely change.
So one of the other things while you're talking about breathing, babies are great, because when baby breathes in, his belly swells up like that, stomach, if you want to be clinical, it goes like that. Most people up here, so the lungs down the bottom are not getting a belly full, which they should. So if you can just teach them to breathe in and swell, let the stomach swell out. Well, the stomach appears to swell out, but let the lower lungs, and then when you breathe out, pull your diaphragm in. Now, the reason you breathe in and then come out with a sound, because there's varying sounds for different organs in your body. And if you've got just a problem, that's great, because these sounds will cover. There's about 11 sounds, healing sounds in Chinese medicine. But then there's other sounds if you've got cancer, right? So you can use them too. I mean, there's one for the liver, there's one for blooming heart, and so on and so forth. But sound vibrates. The only way to probably explain it easily is that opera singers used to get a wine glass and they'd go, "Whoa, I can't get that high with the voice." And that frequency would just be enough to smash the glass. Well, with you using sounds for healing as well as movements and acupressure points, you actually resonate the organ or the part of the organ that's not doing you any good. And with that, it's breaking up the rubbish that it contains. So again, that's another little one.
Nice. Dr. Sharmaji, how can we actually use these techniques? How can we actually encourage the body to move into a parasympathetic state when a woman is, for example, experiencing hormones, hormone increases during particular times? How can your therapy help to practically alleviate those symptoms?
See, the certain times of the like the menses time and the pregnancy time, these hormones go up and down.
Yeah.
Any extra hormones which is freely moving into the bloodstream is eliminated by the liver in the body, and they extra which is in no use in the body, the liver eliminates them from the system. So sometimes we see that these extra hormones are still roaming around, and then they cause the trouble. Like the pimples is a very simple example. When the puberty time, the pimples in the young children and young boys and girls is very, very common. That's because of extra hormones which derivates the sweat glands, and they become like infectious. So liver should be very good to eliminate the extra hormones. Then second is the stress also. Stress also causes these kind of problem. So brain and body. So what is the in-between connector to that? Is the medulla part of the body, of the brain. Brain and the medulla, and then the whole spinal cord. So we have a very simple massage onto the medulla part of the brain and the neck area, which we do in the stress conditions like depression patients, only 8 massages. So use your 2 fingers, opposite side of the head, and use it on the side of the neck. You see, this is your carotid artery, so don't touch it. It's behind here, which is the hard part of the brain. So from the skull bone, I think you can see it.
Yes.
So from up to down, so quickly, but not very hard, but fast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then other side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Just 8 massages for the stress. So use opposite hand. So your hand will go straight. If you use the same hand, then it will go onto the carotid artery. So we don't have to touch the carotid artery. It should go like this. And like this, straight toward the shoulder, not toward your collarbone. This is the wrong area, the hard part.
Right.
So 8 and 8. If people has too much of stress, everyday stress, morning, evening, they can do it. Too much of depression, 3-4 times a day, they can do it. So this is the stimulation of the some brain parts. Suppose you have the high blood pressure. So the same massages do 30-30.
Right.
30 down. So first left side toward the heart, and then the right side.
What about a woman that's experiencing hot flushes?
Hot flushes, then you need to give the liver treatments.
Right.
That's through the legs and through the hands.
There's another movement, a simple one for hot flushes. And it's very similar to what you were doing before, but you were doing it this way for a different thing. Great. Yeah. So it goes that way, it'll come this way. So what the young women or more mature women put the hand over the shoulder there. This is again a gallbladder meridian, right? Pull I'm stand up for this. Put it right across your breast like that and flick it.
Yeah.
The one, pull it off and flick it. Flick it, flick it. Do it again 9 times either side, and you'll find that the hot flushes will go out the way. Not that they won't come back, but they won't come back for a good while. So that's another one where you're just using obviously acupressure points, etc., and energy flow. So you can see them, they're like this. I've seen a few nurses like that. I said, do this while I'm dealing with people, and you do it, and a couple of minutes later, they're okay. So that's another quickie for you, like, you know.
Yeah. And they should drink the water whenever the hot flushes is coming. Just drink a glass of water.
Yeah.
As Dr. Rajiv said, that deep breathing. Deep breathing is, see, we need 3 things to survive.
Another thing for blood
oxygen, water, and food. 5 minutes without oxygen, your brain is dead. Without water, few weeks you can live. Without food, few months you can live.
Yeah, that's it.
Oxygen is the formula.
I'll have to get fatter. Yeah. Coming back to the high blood pressure, there's a sound for that, you see. And what you do is, obviously, it's energy again. Put your hands this way around, so palms down, and you just pull them down, and the sound for that is ah. Ah. Now, if you know of anybody where they're talking to somebody and the person's really stressed, and they give them the answer to their problem, they go, ah. It's a natural. There's another one called car, but it's a bit stronger again. But and then out again, energy in, and that's effective as well, because it's activating the energy system in your meridians as they go down. So all the meridians down plus your heart, but the sound is downwards. So people sigh when they're being told something and it's released the tension. They go, now a lot of blood pressure is due to high tension here. So, that should be okay.
Fantastic. Seemanji, thank you for joining us. Did he have a question?
I wanted to ask, why the number 9 when you stroke your meridians or when you tap? Why is the number 9 so important?
Because that's the only number there is. Everything's an addition. 10.
9 is doctor's time, Seemaji.
See, 9, right, is the highest number you can get to. And it was originally Arabic, you know, Middle East, you know, whatever. Now they come out with these numbers. Now, with a 9, if you put a 1 onto a 9, it's 10, which makes it 0. It never escapes being an addition as you go up. You see, at 9, for example, and you say, okay, you need to do 18 times. It's still a 9. It's an 8 and a 1. So the Chinese have developed this, but this is centuries and centuries ago, before acupuncture come out and everything else. There's all kinds going on, which was passed down from person to person. And they used to pass down a heck of a lot to women. So it wasn't a man's thing, but it'd be like a grandchild of the fellow who was, if you like, a healer. And but that number comes up because there is no bigger number. You can add them and add them and add them and add them, but at the end of the day, the maximum number is a 9.
So I lived in Hong Kong for 20 years, and a lot of the Chinese therapists of the acupuncture, etc. Of course, you did the tapping and everything, and you know, stimulating meridians and everything. They would use the number 36 as well.
3 and 6, what is it?
9. 9.
The reason they use 36, if you're really bad, do it 36 times. If you're not bad and it's just getting shut or something, I mean, that one with the business, you know, you normally do that just 9 times, but if you've really got a heart condition, the sound will be ka, ka. Very similar vibrating here, but frequency wise it's different. But that's why the Chinese, they do it 36 times, because they wanted to make a really good job of it. You don't have to, unless you're really bad. You just can do it 9 times, like the migraine thing, 9 times and it goes. But don't do it 3, because it normally disappears after 3. But keep going for 9. Does that make sense?
Makes a lot of sense.
3 and 6 is 9.
Yep. 1 and 8, 3 and 6, 2 and 7.
Yeah, 27. Yeah, that's it. So they go up frequency wise, I mean, speed wise. 9, great. If you've got a bigger problem, great. Make it 18. If you've got a really bad problem, or it appears to be, 36. And it's your movements and your sounds that are healing yourself with the vibration. As you said about this pineal gland, smashing bit of kit. The pineal gland is only about that big, but works well.
You know, it's very interesting that the number 9 has so much significance. I'm going to bring this on to the spiritual side of things.
All right.
In Christianity, we have 9 novenas. When they say prayer for 9 days, they do 9 novenas. They call them novenas. Okay.
Also, Seema ji, there is no graha, 9
Navgraha. That's it, the 9 planets. And then we have the goddess, the whose auspicious time is actually
Navratri is going on.
Whose auspicious time is raining right now, Navratris. Yes. Navratris are the 9 days that honor the 9 forms of the Devi, the goddess. You know, so number 9 has always had so much significance. If you look at it, even the Chinese celebrate the number 9 in different ways. And as you said, right now, number 9, when it comes to this, you know, the meridians and tapping and, you know, I have one question. We are in spring right now, and the Chinese associate spring with the wood element.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And they just say in spring, just, you know, to cope with the seasonal changes, we should be deep rooted as a tree is, you know, grounded as a tree is to hold ourselves. And I think the time of the year is associated very much with the gallbladder. Am I right?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
So how do we keep our gallbladder or our liver, even during this time, very healthy in spring?
Very simple.
With the seasonal changes.
The immune system, boosting your immune system, covers it in a way, but I never explained it properly. Sorry. Kidney 27. Ball of your foot. I'm not going to show my feet because I've got my shoes on. Ball of the foot there is kidney 1. Kidney 1 is attached to the earth, right? And these are, when you're tapping them, they're letting the energy flow down through the soles of your feet into the earth. So there's a little, it's a 4-step thing that I could send to Rajiv, and he can send it out to you. And but with that one, you see, is that when you get the immune system, that'll be automatically connecting down into the ground anyway through the kidney 1 on the bottom of your foot. So when you breathe in, breathe golden air. This is obviously, this is the way they show it. Golden energy comes right up through your feet, and then when you breathe out, you let the rubbish go again. So to root your feet, there's 4 little steps to root your energy. It's like a little mantra in a way, but it's a little bit bigger because it's talking you through the thing. So I can send that out as well. I'll dig that out for you.
Thank you very much. I'd appreciate that very much.
Yeah, well done. Fantastic questions as always. Thank you so much. We're just about to wrap up this session, but before we do, can we have final remarks from all 3 of you, please?
So I think from my point of view, stress is common. It happens. There's no way we can get out of it. I just wanted to mention one thing which I learned. There is a chap called Chansky, and he says that if you are under stress or panic, he says 3-3-3 method, which is name 3 objects that you see, name 3 sounds that you hear, and move 3 joints of your body, and your stress will go down. So I have used it. It works. I can share it.
Fabulous. Chris?
My thing with the that kind of thing where you're stressed or you've got a problem is to actually squeeze your fingers if you're in a situation where you can't do movements and you can't make sounds and you can't go. That's the best one. Go to the toilet, lock the door, and go. You won't know what the heck's going on. Who cares anyway? And that's a really one to get you. But if you're in a meeting, squeeze your finger. So your hands are down here, can't see them. Squeeze your finger. They're under the table now because you're across the table and somebody's getting pull it, and then your next one, pull it. The main one probably for that would probably be this one here, your thumb. Right, major piece of equipment, the thumb. So you squeeze it. So you be squeezing and just squeeze it like that. And what you're doing, you squeeze it and then binning it, and then the other thumb, squeeze it and bin it, and they won't know what you're doing. So it's just a physical thing to connect with the mind, the emotional mind, the heart, and the gut brain. People say, I had this gut feeling when I went against it. And believe it or not, this can cure all kinds of things, which Dr. Sharma has pointed out to us. You know, it's a very important piece of here. It is a brain. It has got neurons. I think it's got about 550,000 or something. This has got about 450,000 neurons and dendrites and God knows what. This one's apparently it's got about 8 million or something. I don't know the actual figure. So, but we only use 10% of this. We use a heck of a lot of this with emotions, and the gut just sorts it out at the end of the day. So drop your feeling down to your gut if you can as well. Right.
Fantastic. Chris, as always, it's a privilege to have you on Healing Our Earth, sharing your knowledge, sharing your skills, sharing your expertise with us. And thank you for joining us for the panel discussion.
I'm sorry it was a bit late on contacting, but my son's wife just collapsed, you see. So I had to go out and sort her out. And I come on a bit later. I thought, oh, trust me, like, you know, but never mind. I was going to apologise later, but that's fine.
No, thank you so much for
having me on.
taking time out of your busy schedule to join us. It means a lot to us.
Okay.
And of course, your expertise, your skills, your experience is more than welcome on Healing Our Earth. Dr. Sharmaji, do you have any final remarks?
See, stress is like a fire. If somewhere the fire comes, what we do? First, we bypass, we run from there. Just bypass the area where the fire is. So these are all the techniques, differently the people tell. Some breathing, some chanting, some singing, some dancing, or whatever you like, just to bypass that thoughts. You can't change the position. If you have the stress, you have the stress. Suppose somebody's job has gone, it says stress. So you can't run from the stress, but you can bypass it to that thought. Now, if that thought is giving some adverse effect to your body, then you have to repair it. So for that, best thing is to breathing oxygen and drinking glass of water at that time to calm your nerves. That's the first thing should be done. So whatever you want to sing, whatever you want to listen, whatever you want to do other than that thought. So just diverting from that thought, deep breathing and drinking a glass of water. This is the first thing to immediately the stress cannot damage your body. These things should be done.
Amazing. And isn't that just amazing how we can actually take steps, implement steps straight away that enable us to fall from a stage of stress into a state of parasympathetic relaxation. Dr. Sharmaji, thank you for joining us on Healing Our Earth. It's been a privilege to speak to all of our panelists, and a global namaste from the whole team. And Honeyji, thank you for joining us too. Fantastic. So I had a question for you, right? And my question is, how has your life changed since you've had the practice of having an authentic and undiluted sadhana?
Is this to me, dear Riddhi? Oh, wow. What a lovely question. First of all, a global namaste to all our wonderful panel guests and our special guests and our audiences from the whole of the Healing Our Earth teams from around the world, of course. Yes, I think the sadhana has been one of the most important areas that I've added into my lifestyle. I call it life management, because really when you live in your life, you include various things in your life that brings you joy, that helps you to develop as a spiritual being, as we would say. So the sadhana definitely is one of those areas that I feel has been the most important part. And I think since I started the sadhana, I believe that also my personality changed as well, because as I developed as a human being, I found that doing the sadhana added more patience in my life, helped me to become less frustrated, more resilient to life challenges. So I think there are so many plus, and health-wise, I think my immune system also boosted. I've never hardly ever been ill, you know, never. So touch wood, as they say. But what I mean to say is I think I passed that on to my sadhana for doing the regular meditation. So my tips to anybody or advice or something that I'd like to share with the world is if you haven't tried meditation yet, I would definitely highly recommend that you should give yourself at least 30 days to try it out. A lot of people try it only for 2 weeks, 10 days and say, oh, I can't sit in one place and I can't do this meditation. But you have to, just like a muscle, when you're doing exercises, when you're doing fitness training, you have to build that muscle. So in the same way, if you sat for 30 days and meditated, the habit will start getting formed. And once you do that, your life will never be the same again. You will feel that I want to meditate for at least 10, 15 minutes. And to finish off with, most of the geniuses in the world, like Einstein or all the very Picasso and people that we hear of who are really well-known names, all of them had some form of meditation that they would implement in their lives. Either they would go into a quiet room and just sit there quietly and just spend time by themselves and get the creative ideas of what to develop. So you can also use it to develop your creativity. So it's not just about health, it's not just about well-being, it's also about developing your creative genius inside you and bringing it out, your self-expression, as we put it. So that's what my message would be, and that's what sadhana's done for me.
Fantastic. And Dr. Honeyji is somebody that is a mind, body, and soul coach. She's an award-winning creative dance expert with over 35 years of experience in the field of art, culture, and entertainment. Honey has been a spiritual seeker and meditator since she was a teenager and regularly practices Samarpan meditation, which is part of Dhyan Yoga, taught by the Himalayan yogi Shiv Kripanand Swami. She has enjoyed studying many spiritual disciples and yogic sciences, ranging from Raja Yoga taught by Brahma Kumaris, Art of Living by Ravi Shankar Gurudev Ji, Vipassana by Goenka, Isha Kriya by Sadhguru, Kundalini Yoga by Yogi Bhajan, Vedantic spiritual practices such as by Chinmay Mission, as well as other Western practices, mindfulness and transcendental meditation. She believes that it is important to self-reflect, contemplate, and grow spiritually to become a better human being. And the thing that I find so fascinating is that all of us at some point or another, we begin on this spiritual practice, be it as we're actually growing up, as we're teenagers, be it when we actually get into a corporate practice and we find that we want more from life, or be it when we're actually just tapping into our creative essence. So Honeyji, without further ado, I'm going to allow you to introduce our wonderful 3 Devranis from Art of Living, who have contributed massively to the fields of yoga and meditation. They too themselves have a daily sadhana which they implement, and they're so passionate about teaching it to everyone as well on a continuous basis, day in, day out, to actually be able to encourage other people on this path too. So Honeyji, if you would please.
Oh, thank you so much. Well, first of all, Ridhiji, I just wanted to say thank you so much for the beautiful introduction, as always. And I've been really enjoying listening to all your interviews and your very deep questions that you send, seem to ask, very wise questions that helps not just myself, but so many other people around the world get an insight into all this information. And somehow be able to bring out the best of it to implement in our own lives. Because actually this is all about healing our earth, is all about transforming ourselves as well, through these powerful messages, through the experts that are coming through, who come and join us. So let me do a bit of an introduction about you as well, Riddhiji, because you yourself are so brilliant, and I'm so proud to have you as part of our Healing Our Earth team. Let me tell you a little about this really gorgeous young lady here. Now, Riddhi Vyas is, of course, our Healing Our Earth host. She's been hosting many episodes now, so we're very, very proud of that. And she's also a qualified yoga and meditation teacher at the Sivananda Vedantic Center, and has since developed a passion for yoga, philosophy. Yes, this lady is a deep lady, I can tell you that. She definitely is. And psychology. You can tell that she loves her mind and soul development side of things. She further trained as a cognitive behavioral hypnotherapist, and was fascinated by how teachings from Vedic scriptures and pranayama have influenced Western psychology. Very good. I'll have to have a real good discussion with her about that as well, because I'm very interested in that area. And she regularly shares her wellness knowledge and practical experience with professionals of all ages and backgrounds, providing strategies for emotional resilience by boosting their natural happiness levels and guiding her clients to be deeply energized and relaxed, of course, for better work-life balance, which I think we all need at this moment in time. Now, Riddhi has also spoken at the British Parliament, Ministry of Defence, corporate law firms, as well as various radio stations and various universities across the UK, with the single aim to raise and to rise as conscious leaders. And I think she definitely is a very conscious leader, and we're very proud to have that. So Riddhiji, thank you very much for that. Do stay tuned in, because we would love to have you as one of our panel guests here, asking some questions and interrogating the rest of our lovely guests who are joining us here today. So thank you for that. So now we move on to the wonderful Art of Living trio. I'm going to call them the trio because all three of them are really, really amazing individuals, spiritually evolved beings, and also very dedicated to contribute to the betterment of mankind through the skills and experience that they have, through which I would say is connected to the art of living meditation techniques. So first of all, let me do a quick little introduction, and let me say a global namaste to all three ladies at the moment. First of all, hello Anjali ji, Neha ji, and Shital ji. Global namaste and welcome on Healing Our Earth.
Hi, honey.
Hi, I'm just going to do a quick little introduction. So let me tell you a little bit about this lovely Neha. Neha Sangra, I'll say this nicely, Sangrajka, hopefully I've said that right. Okay. She's a meditation and somatic breathing expert. She's also an Art of Living teacher for 18 years, so very experienced. And she teaches adults, youths, and corporates. And I'm very proud of all those lives that she's changing through the work that she does. Neha also comes from a background of consultancy and has consulted with the General Electric and Morgan Stanley. What a huge corporations! Very good. I think we need more of this information to go out to the corporate industry. Now, our next guest is Anjali Mittal. She again is another meditation and somatic breathing expert, and she started her Art of Living journey as a student in her teens and has carried on since then with a natural smile. That smile is $1 million smile, I can tell you that. And Neha also comes from a fashion background, so she has a lot of experience within the field of design and sales. And final wonderful guest that we have is Shital Banerjee. She, again, all three of them are from the UK. She, again, is another meditation and somatic breathing expert. And she has been with the Art of Living for 13 years. And actually, the Art of Living itself has completely transformed her life. And she now volunteers almost all her free time to teaching others, and especially adults. Shital is also an undergraduate, so she has a degree from Columbia University in New York, and she also has an MBA from the University of Chicago. Wow, she's a little American here, British American, I would say, so which is fantastic. Now, Shital has also worked as an investment banker, and she's a mom to 2 young adults. I really don't know how she finds the time to do so much amazing work in her life, but welcome all three ladies. So today we're going to be talking about these fantastic special breathing techniques that you teach. Who's going to start off with telling us a little bit about it? Shall we start it with you, Anjali, while you're there?
Yes, for sure. So, yeah, I would say that we would like Neha to present it for us today.
Yes.
Over to you, Neha. Please go ahead.
Fantastic.
Thank you for that beautiful introduction, Honey, and global namaste to everybody. It's really wonderful to be here with you today. To all those social media listeners out there and everyone here with us to talk really about the journey that as individuals, myself, Anjali, and Sheetal have had on meditation and breathwork, but also as an organization, some of the events and work that we do. It's also so humbling to be part of an event which is centered on healing our earth in these times. So many people are looking for ways or exploring ways to heal themselves and others around them. So really, to give you a little bit of context, we're here today representing the Art of Living as their volunteer trainers. We have courses for adults, youth, and so many service projects that we really conduct all around the world. It's a global NGO. We operate in over 156 countries of the world now and fastly spreading. And it's founded by the humanitarian and spiritual leader, Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar. Now, the Art of Living really contributes to healing our earth via three main pillars, I would say, as an organization. And that's firstly through its programs centered around breath work and meditation. I know that some of you on this session today have actually experienced the Kriya yourselves. Secondly, it's through our service work, whether it's for society at all levels, whether it be women empowerment, river rejuvenation, rehabilitation work, or even peace reconciliation efforts. And thirdly, the third pillar that the Art of Living really drives globally around the world is wisdom, through knowledge, creating better awareness of how to live a stress-free life, a happy life. You'll often find Sri Sri Ravi Shankar traveling around the world asking that simple question, are you happy? Because the mission of Art of Living is to create a stress-free, violent-free society. And his work is driven globally around the world at all levels through its volunteers whose own lives, like our own, have been transformed so significantly, they just want to serve and give back, I would say, to the world. So what we really wanted to do for you today, as part of Healing Our Earth, we want to give you a session that will give you an intellectual insight, as well as an experience of exactly how our tools and techniques help people at an individual level, making them stronger, happier, calmer, to be able to be of more service to those around them. So before we start, we thought we'd show you a very short video that gives you a little bit of an insight into our work and the founder himself. So let's watch that short video.
Breath, the first act of life. All our life, we breathe. We breathe in joy, in pain, in health, and in hope. Breath is life, and you can transform your life through your breath. Discover Art of Living Sky Breath Meditation, an evidence-based practice to drop stress, increase your energy, and optimize your mental health. Sky Breath Meditation has shown results in over 100 independent peer-reviewed studies. This evidence-based practice comes from a trusted source in the field of meditation, Gurudev. Gurudev has dedicated 40 years to spreading waves of peace across the planet, touching 450 million lives in 156 countries and counting through the art of living.
More people are searching harder for inner peace these days. Would you agree?
Correct.
In that time, the movement he started in a remote village has become one of the world's largest volunteer-based non-profits. Gurudev also plays an active role on the world stage, advocating for peace and global well-being.
It's fitting that we celebrate the 25th anniversary of one of India's stars, the Art of Living Foundation. The foundation for 25 years has worked on programs that have been at the core of my public life, promoting peace, empowering our youth. It has an incredible following that cuts through all religions, cultures, and backgrounds. A very, very difficult thing to do in today's world.
Harmony, we need to bring people together. I think we all have to work. Don't you think so?
Art of Living's mission statement is to bring a smile on every face, including yours. Are you ready? Take a deep breath and let's begin.
So let's begin. I know apart from the people I can see on camera, there's so many out there listening as well. So to get the most from the session today and stay engaged is your active participation. So that means staying tuned and interacting when possible. If you have a question, put it in the chat and we will certainly come back to those questions. Now, I want to start by giving you a premise of why do we do certain things? Why do we, all the things that we want or all the things that we do? If you look at them, most things we want or do are to become the best versions of ourselves, to be happy. Would we all agree with that? We want less stress to be happy. We want to earn money to be happy. You want to be energetic to be happy. So we want to learn new things to become a better human being. And whatever that means for you, to feel that, to be that. So we can take it all away and be happy, right? Now, I want to invite you to explore a solution that actually takes you to that space of happiness we all were when we were born, which was children. We were born happy, weren't we? But as our intellect grew stronger, we somehow moved away from that word happy, joyful, being present. I want to invite you to do a very short process with me. I want you to hold your fist in the air and squeeze it really, really tight, hard as you can. A little tighter, tighter still. Is it feeling very comfortable? Is it? Seema's nodding her head. No. Okay, let's let go. Seema, tell me, unmute your mic and share with me. How was it to squeeze so tight? What did you experience?
It was stressful.
Stressful.
Because you're putting a lot of attention there and you're focusing and you're squeezing really tight. So there's a little bit of discomfort.
Yeah.
And that discomfort causes a little bit of stress in the mind.
100%. So many might have experienced a bit of tightness, a bit of pain, a bit of tension. How was it to let go, Seema? How did it feel when you let go?
Fantastic. It was like I liberated myself from that discomfort. It was liberating from the discomfort.
Exactly. That sense of freedom that we're all craving, that we all desire. With the fist, it's so easy to let go. But how do you do that with the mind? People say to us, don't be anxious, don't be upset. But how do you actually do that? It's really interesting to observe that when we actually try to achieve a desired change, whatever that is for you, we try to do it in one of two ways. The first way is we force ourselves into a new habit, or you force your mind into a positive mental state by saying, yep, I can do this. I've got this. We use all the rigor, the discipline, the commitment to sustain this. But let me ask you, how many of us here have taken on a New Year's resolution perhaps and said, okay, New Year 2023, I'm going to eat really healthy, no sugar for me. I'm going to be really, really fit and healthy. Or perhaps I don't like my temperament. I don't like getting angry so much. And I say, from now on, I'm not going to get angry. Anyone had that New Year's resolution feeling, right? So many of the time, we do achieve things with our mind, of course. We're not saying we don't. But a lot of the time, we kind of start off well, but we don't go on as we mean to, right? We fall off that pattern. And we continue to feel that pain and tension, right? Now, what's interesting is so many people try meditation. And of course, meditation brings so much calm, so much peace to us. But so many people I also speak to say, I have so many thoughts, I can't focus, my mind feels busy. Is that familiar to any of you here? Mita, Seema, Surya, familiar to any of you? Yeah? But you're not alone, not at all. It's a very natural phenomenon. You know, if you really look at your life in a bigger context, you'll see that life depends on the quality of our mind. If we were on a beautiful tropical beach with the sunset and the ocean, would you really take it in if your mind wasn't feeling free and happy and energized and uplifted? No, right? We wouldn't even notice it around us. So yes, we hear that saying where people say, don't be annoyed, don't be stressed, don't get anxious. But neither at home or really at school are we taught how do you get a mind that is naturally peaceful, calm, and happy. And that's not only what we're going to explore today, but that's what we teach on our meditation and breath workshop. It's a 3-day workshop. And Art of Living is very famous for a world-renowned technique called the Sky technique, otherwise known as Sudarshan Kriya, which actually gives you a transformed state of mind, giving you the things that we all are naturally as human beings looking for to be happy: peace, love, joy, energy, calmness of mind. But the difference is that you're not having to force your mind to behave like that. Actually, breath work is one of the most powerful, simple tools that gives you access to that state of being. Because learning to manage your mind is a new skill. So it's not just about requiring the right technique, but you have to learn it in a very structured way. And once you know how to do it, it's so easy to integrate into our life, to give us the sustained benefits that we're looking for. So those New Year's resolutions don't become just a resolution. They just become a way of our life. You know, usually it's very difficult for us to control the mind with the mind. You know, how many of us here or out there have told yourself, I don't want to think about this person, or I don't want to think about this problem or this worry or concern that I have? Yeah. How many of us have tried to say, oh, please stay away, I don't want to stress me out? Yeah, a lot of nodding heads. We all have. Now, let me ask you, how many of you have observed your mind? How does your mind behave? Let me ask you, Surya, how does your mind behave?
How my mind behaves? In what way? Because I talk to the mind every time, you know, to stay focused on that right path. Like if say I get triggers from outside, I obviously don't want to burst out or become angry or anything, because I control what my emotions are, and I control also my mood. So I don't go by the weather, or I don't go by anyone else who can just make myself angry, because I make the decisions and not somebody else.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But as a muscle in the mind, are you always able to control our mind? Are we always able to say, oh, mind, don't do that? Can we do that?
Right. So the thing is, because our mind is a muscle, we need to keep forcing. So I keep forcing myself, like the same way we are all want to go to the gym and do the muscle training, is I have to keep going with my mind. And yes, it wants to go sometimes to the other side, but then you force it back. So the more practice you do, the abhyas, the more you will get there.
Absolutely. Beautiful answer, Surya. And actually, like Surya says, you know, the mind naturally goes to the other side and it needs retraining. It needs to be harnessed back, right? you'll notice that the mind vacillates from past to future, like a pendulum, right? Even as I speak to you, you might, with all your good intentions, say, oh, I'm going to listen to Neha for the next 40 minutes. But naturally, your mind moves to the future and thinks of all the things we got to do after this call, or all the things we should have done yesterday that we still got to do today. See, we're all guilty of that, right? But the interesting thing is this: the more the mind vacillates from past to future, the more that we experience stress in the nervous system. And the more stressed we become, the more the mind vacillates. And what's really interesting is certain emotions get triggered. So of course, in the future, we have hope, things to look forward to. But if your mind's constantly in the future, you may experience fear, worry, stress, anxiety. And similarly with the past, of course, the positive spectrum is great memories. But also here, if the mind sometimes gets stuck in the past too much, you might experience regret, sadness, guilt, or even anger. Now, if I was to ask all our very intelligent listeners out there, does life happen in the future? Does it happen in the past? Where does life happen? What will you say? It happens here now, right? Yeah? And you're nodding because we all know that. But is it easy to do, to have your life just your mind here and now all the time? Is it easy to do? No, right? You have to harness, you have to learn how to bring it back. But let's take a little look into why it's difficult. I want you to close your eyes for a moment. And I want you to think of anything you want to think of, but no monkey wearing red shoes. Think of whatever you want, but no monkey wearing red shoes. I can see a few smiling faces. So let's open our eyes. How many monkeys, how many small red shoes appear? Yeah, they're bound to be, because there's a simple law. At the level of the mind, what you resist, it persists. So the more we try to block thoughts of people, situations, and things, the more of that very thought we actually have. It's actually like telling yourself, I want to sleep, I want to sleep. What happens? You end up wide awake. So our own experience is showing us it's hard to control the mind with the mind. So how do you harness, like Surya says, the mind, not forcefully, but effortlessly to come to the present? And that secret resides in the breath. And you might say to yourself, well, why breath work? And it's important to have an intellectual lens to which to understand this point. The first point is that breath work is the only thing in nature that is in the here and now. I can't say, oh, I've had a terrible day today, I'll breathe tomorrow. I can only breathe in this moment now. And also it's a tangible tool. So unlike my breath, unlike my mind, which I cannot control, I can feel my breath, I can hear my breath, so I can use it, right? The analogy we always give is that of a kite. When I learn to use the string, which is my breath work, I control the mind, rather than my mind controlling me. The second thing is that for every emotion in the body, there is a corresponding breath pattern. So to give you an example, you may have noticed that when you become stressed, your breath becomes faster or shallow. When we get angry, we huff, we go, right? When we're sick, we sigh. So for every emotion like that, there's a breath work that goes with it. So we can use this intrinsic relationship between breath and mind to our advantage by using it as a two-way street. By using the breath, we control the mind, right? Now, I can't teach you Sudarshan Kriya in a quick session like this, but what we really wanted to do was to be able to give you an actual experience of how breathwork can impact the mind very quickly. Are you ready to learn a tool? Brilliant.
Absolutely, absolutely. We're all here, and I'm sure all those people are out there watching right now. Let's try a little practical session as well, because at the end of the day, when people talk and when you do, there's a lot of difference. And I'm sure that with Nehaji here, who's had over 18 years of experience teaching, let's make the most of this wonderful, talented lady. So yes, we're all waiting and learning here, dear Nehaji.
Wonderful. So there's a tool called a bellow, and a bellow is a tool which is used to kindle the flame of a fire. It takes in oxygen and it shoots that oxygen out, and it's that same mechanism that we're going to be using in our nervous system. So I'm going to ask my fellow co-teacher Shittal to demonstrate it, and then we'll all do it together. So if you could all watch Shittal for a moment. Thank you, Shittal. So to do this technique, you sit with your back straight, your feet firmly on the ground, loose fists at the side of your shoulder blades with your elbows tucked into your rib cage. So not flying out like we're going to take a flight, nicely to your rib cage. Now this breath is always done in and out of the nose with the mouth closed. Okay, so we'll do a couple with our eyes open, and then we'll close our eyes. So when you inhale, you breathe in through the nose, extend the arms with the palms open, and then let the gravity pull your arms down, and breathing out through the nose. So let's do it again. Breathe in. Perfect. I can see that you've all got it. So now I'm going to ask all those listeners out there to close their eyes, and I'm going to take you through 3 rounds of Bhastrika, otherwise known as the bellows breath. And it's going to be followed by a short guided relaxation, during which all you have to do is follow the instructions in a light, gentle manner. Okay, so sit back and enjoy. Let's close our eyes and loose fists at the side of our shoulder blades, elbows tucked in, and the magic ingredient of your smile. Let's firstly take a normal breath in and let go. Another breath in and let go. And together, using bellows breath, breathe in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out, and continue. And relax with your eyes closed, putting your palms on your lap, and just observe the sensation in your body. You might feel a little lightheaded, which is absolutely normal. It will pass. You might feel a little tingling, which is the energy moving around the body. And once again, with your eyes closed, loose fists at the side of your shoulder blades. Take a normal breath in and let go. Another breath in and let go. And together, breathe in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out. And relax your palms and just observe the sensation in your body. And for the final round of bellows breathing, with your eyes closed, loose fists at the side of your shoulder blades, elbows tucked in, take a normal breath in and let go. Another breath in and let go. And together, breathe in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out. And relax your arms, relax your shoulders, and place the weight of the body on the seat that you're sitting on, and just follow the instructions in a light, gentle manner.
Let's sit comfortably, easily, with our spine erect and body relaxed and loose. Let's take a deep breath and slowly breathe out. Once again, breathe in. As you breathe in, the body gets a little tense. Hold the breath. And as you breathe out, relax your whole body. Listen to all the sounds, noises in the environment. And you are at ease with them. You are in harmony with your environment right this moment. Breathe in again. And slowly breathe out. As your lungs empty, you get more and more relaxed. Become aware of the weight of your body. Whatever that is, 40 kilos, 50 kilos, 150 pounds, or whatever that is. Place that entire weight on the seat you are sitting. Breathe in again and breathe out. Now keep a smile on your face and breathe in with a smile. Relax all the muscles in your face. And as you breathe out, relax more and more. Become aware of your body. Your body is a beautiful instrument, a precious gift to you from nature. Honor and respect your body. Relax the whole body. You are grateful for this body. Become aware of your breath. The breath is moving in and out of the body, keeping this body alive. You are grateful for the breath. Again with a big smile, breathe in savoring every inch of breath you breathe in. And as you breathe out, relax more and more. Become aware of the thoughts. Whether good thoughts or bad thoughts, let them be. Become aware of your mind. Consciousness. Your body is like a wick of a candle, and your mind is like the glow. Become aware of your mind all around your body. Become aware of your feelings, whether pleasant or unpleasant. Let them be. You are in harmony with your feelings right this moment. You are peace. You are joy. Become aware of your feelings and emotion if there are any. Become aware of the thoughts if there are any. And slowly and gradually become aware of your body and environment. And slowly, gradually, you may open your eyes.
Welcome back, and I hope you enjoyed that. How does your mind feel, anyone? Mita, how does your mind feel?
I can tell you that was amazing. Really, Nehaji, that was so beautiful. And I also, when you did the breathing exercise, I could see all the kind of energy rushing around the body as well. Plus, I could feel lots of little tingles everywhere, you know, little tingles in the fingers and tingles everywhere. And then the soothing meditation was fantastic. I loved it. I was going into my cuckoo land somewhere. I say, oh, I love this. It just can't stop. This can't stop.
Wonderful, honey. Wonderful, honey.
I have to say, Nehaji, I did my Art of Living course in India. So I was in Rajkot in Gujarat, and I did that. And it was the most amazing course. You know, it was really beautiful, very nicely taught as well. And I love the international appeal of the course that's there, because it's got a little bit of psychology, a bit of spirituality, plus wonderful spiritual values, you know, that are being taught through it. So, well, you know, well done for the wonderful work you're doing as well, and the contribution you're making to the rest of the world. So thank you for that. So how did you think, Seemaji? I know that our lovely host, Seemaji, she loves her meditation. I know she's an Art of Living practitioner, but how was that?
It's always a great big bowl of dessert for me, really. And I have to share this with you. I actually sat in a happiness program today in the sky meditation for 3 days. So it's been a full day today for me of art living, you know, like gift from the universe.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful.
Yes,
I think
indeed.
the magic of it all is that, you know, often the mind looks for solutions outside of us, but actually the solutions are within us. And Gurudev has given us just a very beautiful tool, which is very simple, but very powerful to use. And for all those viewers out there, I'm going to do a last exercise where then we'll hand over to you all for any questions that you have. But if I can ask you to extend your arm out in front of you with your thumb in front of your nose. And if you're right-handed, you're going to rotate to the right. And if you're left-handed, you're going to rotate to the left, okay? So I want you to rotate all the way back round as far as you can go and follow it with your eyes and push back as far back as you can go and make sure you cannot go even a centimeter further, and mark that position wherever you are and come back to the center and just gently close your eyes, shake your hands, shake your shoulders, and take a deep breath in and let go. Take another deep breath in and let go. And once again, gently open your eyes and extend your arm out in front of you and rotate back in the same direction as far back as you can go. And tell me what happened. How many of you?
It went a bit further back, did it? Yeah, all of a sudden we can do a bit extra there.
Exactly. And that is simply the point. You know, of course, we can do things with our mind forcefully, but with breath work, you can do it effortlessly. And that's part of the magic of breath work and meditation. It just increases your capacity and capability at all levels.
That's a very there's a magic words that you just shared, Nehaji, you know, with effortlessly, because sometimes people think there's so much work that needs to be done, etc. But actually it's just follow the actual techniques, let's say, and the work itself gets done by itself. You know, you'll start seeing the development, you see the progression, you'll see yourself spiritually growing, and you'll see the well-being that develops within yourself automatically. That all you have to do is follow that little, you know, just little instructions. That's it, you know, that sit down, do this, do that breath work. And it's amazing how breath work actually changes your whole, I would say, the relaxation part of it. It also helps you to feel a lot more, I think, energetic as well, energized, because it's like a lot of oxygen's just coming to your body all of a sudden. And we live with oxygen, right? So that by breathing, it's kind of a common sense, actually, that if you don't breathe properly, you're not bringing enough oxygen in your body to give you what you're supposed to have to help you live. Yeah, and help your cells live, you know, as healthily as possible.
Absolutely. And it's amazing how we ignore this powerful tool until we're running for a bus and we run out of breath. So we actually don't acknowledge the tool that we have. It resides within us. So yeah, I want to, you know, if you all have any questions for Sheetal, Anjali, or I, we're happy to take them. But it was thank you to all the listeners, and thank you to Healing Our Earth for sharing your platform with us.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us, dear Nehaji. Actually, I had a question for Sheetalji, and I'm sure our panel hosts will be asking a few questions too. But Sheetalji, just wanted to find out, you've got an investment banking background. And
Yes,
a lot of people think that, you know, you do all these meditation things when you've got nothing better to do, or, you know, you've had so many problems in life that you decide to, you know, go away and start a spiritual journey or so. But actually, there are a lot of people who are professionals who are working in everyday jobs, even professional high-flying jobs, and they're also, you know, practicing these kinds of meditation techniques. How did you get into it yourself, and, you know, how do you think it benefits professionals out there?
Well, I got into it. Firstly, thank you very much, Haniji, and a very warm welcome to everybody. Global Namaste. Thank you for having us here. I got into Art of Living 13 years ago, exactly at that time when I was juggling with a very busy lifestyle, raising 2 young kids. I had an investment banking job, all of us, you know, trying to fulfill our roles. And at some point, the stress levels, the anxiety all starts to creep in and affects every aspect of our life. And a friend of mine, like most Art of Living practitioners, we get thrown in by somebody who's done it, word of mouth. And she guided me to this course. And I just, back then I didn't have any experience in anything like this. I'd never done anything like this because I had such a corporate background. I had such a left brain. So it was absolutely amazing feeling to feel that sense of lightness, to connect with that sense of silence, because outside all the time there was so much noise. And having that sense of quietude within, which I had never experienced before. It was a place where I could just secretly go into when needed. So even when you're at work, I'm not doing Bhasrika, but I can just close my eyes for a few minutes when those stress levels creep up. And I can just do a little bit of conscious breath work, calm myself, and then I'm able, I found, to be more focused, to be more productive in my job, to be able to communicate better and more effectively, because I was coming from a space of calmness rather than agitation. So in every aspect of my work, I was certainly a better professional. When I came home, I found I had more energy and enthusiasm to deal with my children rather than, oh my gosh, I'm so exhausted, I don't want to deal with your homework problems right now. And absolutely in every aspect of our lives. So it's not that spirituality is something that you need to postpone for when you're retired, because who knows, by then you might be senile or have all sorts of other issues. We never know, right? The important thing is to be proactive, to do it as soon as you can, because the benefits are multifold. And by each one of us healing ourselves, making sure that we are healthy, both physically, emotionally, spiritually, mentally, we are healing the planet. It's one person at a time. So there is
starting
no
from
age.
ourselves.
And we believe in this so strongly. At Art of Living, we start with youngsters, as Neha teaches children as early as age 8. Because then you see this around the world, everywhere children younger and younger are facing so much stress and anxiety and are on medication. So the faster we teach them how to manage their emotions, how to manage their stress levels, they don't get into all of those negative behavioral traps that we fell into.
Absolutely.
It's completely, it's irregardless of age, and no matter where you are in your journey.
Oh, I think you've gone into mute there, but thank you so much. That was really wonderful, Sheetalji. That was really, really great. A lovely contribution there. Thank you for the message that you shared with, of course, all our professionals out there. And of course, anyone who comes from any background, this is useful and helpful for every single person out there. And I can see there's a hand up there. And we have Mala, who's just joined us. Hello, and a global namaste to you, dear Malaji. I would love to find out what question you may have to our panel guests. And to who?
Oh gosh, lots of questions, but I think to Nia and Sheetal, I've got 2 questions. I'm also a busy bee and also being female, but I have a lot of people around me, women especially, that are going through that hormonal change and they can't control it. Breathing, hot, and we have these conversations all the time. So you're actually carrying that stress of the person because it's so intense, and then it restricts breathing. Yesterday, I had my own incident where I don't know whether I moved in a different position and I thought I was getting a heart attack, and speaking to Honey about it, could not sleep. It was restricting my breathing. Nothing was working. The more I took a deep breath, it just clashed with my breathing and that pain. It was very intense and I was just not in a good position. So what advice could you give me on that? When your internal muscles or nerves just restrict each other unexpectedly.
So Nehaji, maybe you may wish to answer that question for us.
Yeah, sure. So Malaji, we hold our emotions in our nervous system. So for example, when we have a headache, we don't say, I'm going to tear my stomach out. We say we're going to tear my hair out, because that pain resides in our head. Similarly, when you feel nervous energy, stress or anxiety, you tend to feel it in your stomach, right? So very naturally in our physiology, the way that we are made, we naturally hold both the positive and the negative emotions within ourselves. But the beauty of all of it is that there is a intrinsic strong correlation between breathing and the emotions that we feel and the breath work. So I think that it's very important to learn it in a guided way. It's not intended to be difficult at all. I think it's one of those things when your mother, when we were little as children, your mother taught us to brush our teeth daily, to shower, to walk, to be polite, right? And then it became part of our nature. And it's the same thing with breath work. It's not designed to be very difficult or complicated, but it is really important to learn it in a structured way. So there are so many things out there that there's a myriad of information. You could Google up and you could find 1,000 techniques. But the one thing that I am a very strong believer in is to be shown. For me, Sri Ravi Shankar has been able to spread this knowledge, this awareness, the tools and the techniques around the globe through different communities at all levels of society. And he's structured it in a way that is designed to be like a jigsaw, where you really learn how to use the breath work to the engine of your body and your mind. So it all works in good, first class gear.
That sounds really, and I know you also have some courses as well, like Art of Living courses, where people can, I think it's even on YouTube, that you can go step by step, and just, and it builds on the actual course itself. So I can see that. No, but thank you so much. That was a really fantastic question, Mala. And I'm sure a lot of women out there would have loved to hear that as well. So it's your breath work, start working on it and find out the Art of Living courses and start learning those little breath works from there as well. And as Nehaji said, it's very important to just learn how to do it properly in the initial stages, and once you've learned it, you can then get on with it afterwards. But the technique is important as well of how you're doing it. So I think that's really great. Thank you so much, Nehaji. Shitalji, Anjali-ji, thank you very much for your time and for joining us here. I know that we will be moving on to our next guest, who is an incredibly exciting and very, very interesting gentleman who I'm really, really excited to ask lots of wonderful questions to. So I'm looking forward to finding out what Dream Yoga course is all about. And I'm also very interested and intrigued to find out what what would you say, a master lama is like from Tibet. So I'm going to be finding out a little bit more about him. So stay tuned in. Before we move on, Riddhi-ji, whilst you're here, and before we move on to our next guest, we have Ambika-ji and yourself, and of course, Neha-ji. Any last minute questions or any suggestions or tips or anything you wanted to pass on?
Yeah, my question's for Neha-ji. So as youngsters, as children, they tend to be almost as if they are actually intuitive. And I think Anjali-ji, you might be able to pitch in on this as well. They tend to have these innate abilities within themselves. And naturally, they're a lot more creative. As we grow up, we tend to lose that creative, intuitive nature. Well, how can we actually cultivate that within ourselves again?
So intuition is something that is an innate ability in all of us. So we've all had that feeling, right? Where you think of a friend and that very friend calls, or you feel like eating a pizza and suddenly someone brings you a pizza. Now, these are small examples in our lives, but intuition is something that we're actually born with. We all have that ability within us. It's an innate ability, and like any other muscle, to use it more actively, we just need to train it. But one of the prerequisites of intuition is actually stillness of the mind. So from children to becoming adults, we kind of lose that stillness, that quietness, and we're so busy in life. If you ask anybody on the street, how are you? I am busy is a very natural response that's given these days.
And we're also living in the information age as well, Nehaji, isn't it? Because there's information that's bombarded onto you through YouTubes and through internet and Wi-Fi's and emails, and there's so much information as well. It's kind of overloads, so everything becomes very chaotic. So you probably need that stillness, yeah?
Yeah. So I would just say that it's a journey that children are born, children have intuitive abilities much more easily because they have less desires, they have less aversions within themselves. Their intellect is not so strong yet. Their doubts are not so strong. But as we grow older, that busyness or that information overload, it takes it away. But again, through meditation, we can tap into that. There are different ways that we learn, either from our senses, but that's limited to yourself because I can't pass that information to anyone else. And then stronger than that is my intellect, where I agree with things, I disagree with things, I like things, I don't like things. But it's only verified and limited to what I know. But intuition takes you to a realm of, mass information out there that exists in this point in time that you can access, knowing the unknown. Think less but know more.
Fantastic. And I think, Anjali, you actually had this whole meditation thing, and silence being one of the best meditations, where we can really get out of our heads. We can put the thoughts in our heads to the side, and we can tap into the somatic feelings that we're having in our body. We can actually begin to awaken the body wisdom. Where can people find out more about the fantastic courses that Art of Living offer?
Yes, so they can go on the website, but the beginner's course is the meditation and breath workshop, where you learn Sudarshan Kriya. And after that, yes, there are more advanced courses. And one of them is Art of Silence, where you go into silence and really spend that quiet time with yourself. And it also works on the different energy centers, which are known as chakras. And that helps to release that stress from your nervous system at a much deeper level. We also have a very effortless technique of meditation, which is known as Sahaj Samadhi meditation. And that is really like something which everyone should learn, because you get initiated into your own personal mantra. And as the name is Sahaj, you effortlessly slip into that deep meditative state. And Neha is also intuition teacher. We do have a special intuition courses for children, because as Neha said, that children are not diluted with the doubts and the stresses of everyday life. So they can tap into intuition very easily. So we have junior and senior different age groups, but there is an intuition program for kids, and it's revolutionary because the things which they can do is magical. Really, really magical. So
that actually is such a wonderful thing that you've just shared, Anjali ji, because there are so many young people that we work with, and sometimes people think you have to wait for a certain age before you start your spiritual practices. But actually, if parents can understand this a little bit more, and perhaps take and get their children to start getting involved in such activities at a young age, you can develop them and maximize their true potential from a young age, actually.
Well, Anjali was actually a teenager when she started to go through these programs, and we can see some of the fascinating programs now that are on the website, some online programs.
And at my time, all of these were not, available. Art of Living has grown so much over the years. I have been with the organization for over 24 years now, and it's amazing what meditation and breath work can actually do to you. So yes, I would like
what is the website? It's artofliving.com. Is that right?
So yes, what we can do is, if there are any questions, Like
I think we need to move on to our next guest now, dear Anjali ji. So if you wanted to, oh, there it is. So if there is, yes.
On the site now, it's Anjali at uk.artofliving.org.
Yes.
Oh, that sounds great. That's really brilliant. Thank you so much. There's some information. So just in case if you missed that, you will always be able to see this back on YouTube in the future. So do find the actual address and definitely contact this lovely Anjali ji. So thank you so much, Neha ji. Thank you, Anjali ji. Thank you, Riddhi ji, for those lovely questions. We're now going to be moving on to our next guest. And of course, we have got Ambika ji here as well. Ambika Devi ji, hello, all the way from Hong Kong. Global namaste to you.
Wow, honey, global namaste. So happy to be back at Healing Our Earth. Wow. I remember during the pandemic, we keep each other company and heal each other and inspire. Wow, I'm so happy that we're still doing it and you guys are going strong and inspiring and inviting all these amazing teachers and healers and yogis and meditators and and you guys are really inspiration.
Oh, thank you so much, Ambika ji. I was going to say, invite you to please stay around because after we have interrogated our next guest with all our questions, maybe you could be joining us. And if you have any questions, maybe you can ask those as well. So do come back and join us. And I'm going to now move on and say a very big global namaste to Master Lama Tantrapa, who's joining us all the way from USA. He's going to talk to us a little bit about dream yoga. Now, I'm very intrigued to find out what this is all about. But before then, let me tell you a little bit about this wonderful gentleman. Lama Somananda Tantrapa is the holder of the lineage of Ki Dao, also known as Tibetan shamanic Qigong, and some people call it Qigong, which has been fostered in his clan for 27 generations. Yes, that you heard this right, 27 generations since 1224 AD. His unique background is complex enough to include several near-death experiences, so we'll find out a little bit more about this, a black belt in Aikido, and ordination as a Tibetan Lama. He has over 30 years of experience in Ki Dao and other energy arts taught by his grandfather, who was the last grandmaster of his of this unique style, and I would say it's a free form of Qigong. Lama Tantrapa's coaching has inspired many professional athletes, speakers, dancers. That's something I'm very interested about, being a dancer myself, singers, writers, and actors to open up to the infinite source of intuition that exists within everyone and each one of us. He's the founder of the Academy of Qidao or Qidao, the first and only school Qigong coaching in the world, which I think I should join because I've been hearing a lot about this wonderful technique. And since pioneering Qigong coaching in 2000, which is over 20 years ago, his work empowered thousands of clients to live happier and healthier lives. What a beautiful gift to give to the world. So thank you so much. And a welcome, Master Lama Tantrapa, a global namaste to you. I think you're on mute. Thank you.
Namaste.
Namaste, namaste. What a fantastic and interesting background you have. And the fact that you've set up this wonderful coaching school since 2000, that's amazing that for so many years you've been running these coaching programs. So you must have lots of skills, lots of expertise, and lots of knowledge to pass on to the rest of the world. So first of all, tell us a little bit about your journey here. How did you end up coming on Healing Our Earth? Please tell us.
My wonderful apprentice Ambika told me all about it and said that this is a fantastic gathering of like-minded people organized from London, but spanning globally, essentially she's in Hong Kong, I'm in America, and we are communicating.
And I'm in London, UK. Yes, absolutely. What a wonderful multicultural and internationally, a platform that we're all gathering together. So I should say yippee to Zoom. Thank you so much. I call Zoom Uncle. Thank you, Zoom Uncle, for giving us this wonderful platform that we are able to connect. And of course, Ambika ji, I think you're absolutely amazing. You have some amazing friends, guests, especially in the spiritual world. So thank you for bringing such a wonderful gentleman to our platform. So with that, I'd like to say, let's find out a little bit more about what you do, because it would be really interesting. What would you like to share with the world today?
Well, there have been so many fantastic presentations and lovely ladies who I was listening to just for the last half an hour were sharing a lot of good ideas about breathing and meditation and stilling the mind. And they will probably be very surprised or maybe even confused to hear that dream yoga, at least the way that I teach it and practice it, it doesn't suggest stilling the mind. And it doesn't suggest doing breathing techniques. What do we do instead? Well, we learn how to awaken to the dreamlike nature of our experiences, whether it's dreams at night, when we can become lucid in our dreams or become awake to the dreamlike reality of what we're experiencing. We also learn how to awaken within our daydreams. The nature of daydreams is the same as nature of night dreams. The same mechanism of dreaming is at play. And we learn how to become lucid in our daydreams so that we would be able to exercise as much mindfulness and awareness as we can in our lucid dreams at night. And the ultimate objective of this practice is, of course, awakening to the true nature of the big dream we call daily life. Buddha Shakyamuni, the founder of Buddhism, was named Buddha for that exact reason. It means awake. It means he awakened to the dreamlike nature of reality. And what we learn is how to experience this type of enlightenment at will. We really learn how to practice enlightenment, not as a destination where we're trying to get to at some point in the distant future or maybe in the next lifetime, but actually we practice how to be on the path of enlightenment so that we would be practicing becoming more and more enlightened, more and more spiritually awake on a regular basis. And that's what the practice of dream yoga is all about.
Wow, this is amazing. And I've also heard a lot about what lucid dreaming is. We learn about why don't you join a program about what lucid dreaming is or practice it. What is the importance of this lucid dreaming? Is it anything to do with the brain waves? You have various different brain waves that you kind of connect to. Is it anything to do with that? Or are you talking about understanding the realities of life? Because actually in Indian Eastern philosophy, we say the world is like Maya, it's all an illusion, really. What is there any of these connections here? I don't quite understand this. If you could clarify.
Absolutely. So when we talk about a world being perceived through the veil of Maya, is essentially it gives us the idea that we have an illusory experience of the world, which is dreamlike. And it's not an illusion, just like dreams are not just illusion. They actually have a profound meaning. And the essence of the dreams is the same as the essence of our daily life. Anyone who graduated from high school would probably agree that in essence, everything in our world is energy. It just appears to be solid, such as hard matter or other substances. Our bodies are also energy, even though they're tangible, seems like material objects, but we are actually energy fields and energy beings coalescing in such a way that we can perceive them. And we basically develop our perception in a way that we focus on appearances. And we often don't focus on the inner essence of things. Well, that's the definition of focus. You pay attention to one thing at a time. So if you're focusing on appearances or on the forms, rupaloka, as we would call it in Sanskrit, we don't pay attention to the inner essence of things, which is energy. And what we do is we learn how to develop this quality of awareness in our dreams, where everything is energy. Everything in dreams, however tangible it may appear to be, or however realistic some events or experiences may feel in dreams, they're all energy of consciousness. What else can it be made of? Well, what we do is we learn how to develop that awareness, the energy awareness in our dreams, and then translate it into our daily life. And of course, we were just talking about the necessity of recognizing that our experiences in our daily lives are also dreamlike, and realizing how much we are projecting our ideas or expectations or judgments onto everything and everyone essentially gives us the ability to change how we perceive reality. Just like in a dream, you realize you're dreaming, you realize nobody is doing anything to you. Essentially, you are the creator of your dream, and identifying with the creator gives you ultimate empowerment. It also allows you to tap into the ultimate source of creative energy within your consciousness. That's what we learn. We learn how to develop that awareness of being the creator of our own dreams when we practice lucid dreaming. And that literally bridges the gap that has never been bridged by organized religions, the gap between the creator on one hand and the creation on the other hand. We realize that they're not separate. I am both the dreamer of my dream, and I'm also the creature, some dream character in my dream drama. And that is one and the same being. And so we realize that that oneness, that yoga unifying the creator and creation, is manifested through our practice. It's something that most spiritual seekers would aspire to achieve. And we actually do this on a daily basis or a nightly basis, as we dream usually.
So interesting, because I find that and it's Lama Tantrapa. Is that right? Is that the right way to say it?
Yes,
Lama means is that is there a meaning?
It means a spiritual teacher in Tibetan.
Yes. I've heard many of the spiritual masters, with the name there. And the fact that you've got this many generations of this knowledge being passed down, I'm truly amazed that you've kept the essence of this ancient knowledge alive, and it's been passed down from generation to generation, which is so beautiful. This is, again, in Eastern philosophy, they tend to pass it down from disciple to disciple, like they keep. So the authentic techniques and knowledge remains, and you are now passing that on to the wider communities, which I think is fantastic. But coming back to the dream side of things, so let's say somebody who doesn't dream or can't remember their dreams, is there I understand the aspect that you're saying that, look, the dreamer and the dream itself, it's one. The creator and the creation, that's one, because you are the co-creator of your life through your perceptions and through what you believe in, how you interpret things of life, etc., etc. So I understand that side. But how can we implement this into our daily life so that it can start having a profound effect in the way we can relate to others in the world, as well as how we can enjoy a better experience of life?
Beautiful question. And this is exactly what I wanted to share with our audience today, how to implement dream yoga in daily life. As a matter of fact, the most basic preliminary practice consists of learning how to become lucid in your daydreams. The nature of daydreams is the same as nature of dreams at night. The same mechanism of dreaming is at work. But it's a lot easier to become lucid in a daydream simply because you're not asleep. How often do we daydream? Well, we daydream all the time. Every thought or every memory or every hope, or every worry and concern that we may have. Every single one of them is a daydream, because we're either thinking about what happened in the past, and by definition, that's a daydream because it's no longer happening, or we may be thinking about the future, and since it hasn't happened yet, obviously it's also a daydream. Even when we think that we're thinking about the present moment, we actually are not, because the fact of the matter that we're thinking about it means it takes a little bit of time, and even if it takes just a split second, it's already in the past, not in the distant, but rather in the recent past. And it means that we are still daydreaming. Like, even if I'm thinking, what does Dr. Honey is thinking about what I'm saying in the present moment, it's already a projection, it's already a daydream. Anything about what I'm thinking about, well, how is, maybe I need to drink some water. I just thought about drinking water, obviously, is a daydream. Now, of course, I'm going to experience it. And if whatever I'm thinking about in terms of how the water is trickling down my esophagus into my stomach, it's also all a mental projection. So pretty much at no point in time do we not daydream until we fall asleep. Well, fine, then we're going to have night dreams. So there are moments, of course, when we still our minds, and we can meditate on that. But many profound meditators, and I've been interviewing meditators and Qigong masters and masters of related disciplines for many years. I have a #1 podcast in the world on Qigong called The Secrets of Qigong Masters. So I interviewed hundreds of masters, and if not in public, in private at least, most of them admit that when they try to meditate, they also experience daydreams. Well, if it happens to the best of us, what can we say about the rest of us? We experience daydreams when we sit down and try to meditate. What happens, instead of suppressing the mental processes, a lot of masters of meditation and meditation teachers tell their students, you need to stop thinking, you need to still your mind. Well, it's like working against the flow of what's natural for our consciousness. It's natural for our consciousness to experience dreams. It's the most natural process in our minds. So what we do in the context of dream yoga is, instead of suppressing the flow of thoughts or memories or ideas, we actually take advantage of the fact that it's happening. And we simply give ourselves a reminder. I'm dreaming right now. I am literally becoming lucid right the moment I recognize the dreamlike nature of my thoughts. Now, what happens as a result of that? Well, let's see where our thoughts take us. If we think about the past, how often do we think about things that happened that we wish didn't happen? Or perhaps somebody said something to me that I wish they didn't say. Or perhaps I did something that I wish I didn't do, and I feel guilty or remorseful about it. Or maybe angry or confused about something that happened in the past because I didn't connect the dots between the cause and effect. The law of karma is still elusive. And so whenever these type of experiences happen in our consciousness, our daydream basically turns into a form of a nightmare. We essentially don't enjoy the experience. We struggle with it because we focus on something that we don't resonate with in our dream. I was just talking about how everything in dreams is conscious, is the energy of consciousness. So if we focus on something that energetically doesn't resonate with us, in other words, there is dissonance or friction, we experience some degree of suffering. Now, if we understand how we create our own suffering, would we keep doing that if we became awake in the dream and realized that we are doing it to ourselves?
Right. I mean, that's a very good point that you just said, that if you're saying that suffering is actually caused by ourselves, and we need to be aware of how that suffering is being caused. And if you understand that, then you will never actually have to experience the suffering, because you accept things as they are, see things as they are, be aware of everything as it is and not really put meanings to it, just let it be, in other words. Is that right? Something along the lines of that? Because it's a very important point. Everybody in the world is complaining about, I have this issue, I have that issue, there's this happening, and oh, I'm so upset about this, etc., etc. So how do we stop
Welcome
the
to
suffering?
Nirvana, my friend. Nirvana is the state of freedom from suffering. And I've
Yes.
just shared a profound transmission of how to experience nirvana, how to actually experience cessation of suffering like this. We simply need to awaken to the dreamlike nature of what's going on in our minds, which is daydreaming pretty much all the time. I was just talking about 50% of suffering, by the way. There's another 50%, which is thinking about the future. And of course, when people think about future, how often do they experience some degree of concerns, worries, or maybe even anxiety about what things may happen? Well, of course, that means that they're focusing on those things that they hope not going to happen. They're afraid they're going to happen. Of course, where attention goes, energy flows. So by focusing on those things that we don't want to experience, where does the energy go?
To the place where you don't want, and you get more of it. You get more of what you don't want. Yes.
Basically manifest our daydreams that are more like a nightmare. No wonder so many people live in a nightmare-like experience of daily life. It's because they basically are experiencing something that they don't want to experience, and they don't realize that they have a freedom of choice. If you actually refocus your attention so that you experience the dream that you resonate with, you're no longer in the nightmare. And this is happening within daily life, even not only when you sit down to meditate. It can also be happening when you're talking to other people, going for a walk, going shopping, doing whatever you're doing. You literally can experience freedom from suffering. Welcome to Nirvana.
It's very profound, actually, what you're sharing right now, Lama Tantrapaji, is the fact that this is a secret, actually, a key, a master key to unlocking that little door, which will show you this is how you stop the suffering in your own life. and the fact that if you can perhaps learn and understand the essence of your teachings, that what you're trying to share here, and if you can perhaps understand it on a deeper level and get a little bit more practical experience of it, so that you get a bit used to how it works, you'll probably find that it leads you to a place which will help you to start creating your own future as well, your own destiny. In a way, you're co-creating. And if you don't want the suffering with it, you make sure that you don't focus on those areas and you focus on the things you want in your life. Is that right?
Absolutely. And at the same time, also some spiritual teachers and Buddhist masters will probably disagree with what I'm about to say right now. But I want to say that it's important to not toss the baby with the bathwater. In other words, suffering is actually not the bad thing that we want to get rid of completely. Why? Well, have you ever heard of anyone who would attain any high degree of enlightenment without having gone through a significant amount of suffering?
Nobody, not even Buddha. Everyone had to go through something, yes.
Suffering is the catalyst for enlightenment. It's like in a dream. If the dream feels like a nightmare, you actually are going to be much more motivated to awaken to the true nature of the dream and become enlightened or lucid in a particular dream. Now, so I don't want to say that suffering should be got rid of. At least, let's not get rid of it too soon. If we are not fully enlightened yet, and I don't know if there is such thing as full enlightenment, I certainly consider that enlightenment comes in increments. We awaken and we may experience the massive breakthroughs and spiritual enlightenment, and then we fall asleep again after the most profound awakenings. And
so
then
it's work in progress throughout your life. So throughout
and then we
your
have
life,
to wake up again.
Yes, work in progress. There's a bit more to do. Oh, there's more to learn here.
That's why I say that we are not on the path to enlightenment we are on a path of enlightenment. As you can see, the picture behind me consists of lots of steps, and they just keep on going. You don't stop. You actually continue experiencing deeper and deeper levels of enlightenment, or learn how to make it last longer. Don't fall asleep so soon. And if you do, well, perhaps don't spend so much time in slumber. Wake up sooner. So in other words, there is always room for improvement. Even the most enlightened masters would say probably, I'm still project in progress.
Yes,
There is lots of room for improvement for me.
Yes.
And so what we do is
I had an interesting part here that I noticed, that you've also worked with lots of athletes, speakers, dancers, writers, performing arts industry, and many people. What do you actually do with them? Because what do you help them do? What do you help to coach them with? Because I understand you also have an online coaching course, which we can maybe talk about. But what do you do with these kinds of individuals and these professionals or artists?
Very good question. Well, as you mentioned yourself that you are interested in dance, let me ask you, have you ever experienced this sense of being in the flow? When your body moves?
Because I've been a teacher of meditation for the last 20 years. So it's something that I tend to really enjoy a lot and try my best to go back into the flow again. So yes, I do understand the flow part of it.
And that's exactly
how you just go with the universe, how you just align with it and just let things happen as you move through. It's effortless, it's flowless, and there are no challenges along the way. It seems very smooth, right? The actual.
And if there are challenges,
but
let's
you deal
not
with them.
Perceive them as problems. I mean, for a moment, they may feel like problems. For some people, that may be not just a moment, that may be weeks or months or even years that they perceive something that happened as a problem. But eventually, at least most of us look back at the problems that we had in the past and actually realize those were profound learning opportunities. And I'm grateful for having those lessons now. Now, as a result of having those lessons that were painful or problematic at the time I received them, now my life is better, I'm more awake, and perhaps I've learned my lessons so I can apply them in the future. In other words, the perception of a problem is changed to perception of gratitude. The question is, how long does it take you to recognize the lesson instead of perceiving it as a problem? If it takes weeks or months or years, well, you basically spend that length of time in wallowing in suffering. How is it working for you?
Yes.
So in other words, we learn how to minimize this gap between the experience that we perceive as challenging and problematic and the recognition of a lesson, learning as much as humanly possible from the experience so that we become grateful for having that experience in our lives, which no longer feels like a problem. And if we manage to condense this time gap into such a small moment of time that it feels like you instantly get it, you literally begin to live your life problems free.
Yeah.
You have lots of love.
Again, a very, very important and very powerful message you've just shared with our viewers out there, that it's something like, if the way you perceive, so it's never a problem, just a challenge or a lesson of life. And if you learn that lesson as quickly as possible, then you won't have to go through that suffering part of it in between. But until you don't learn that lesson, you may find there's things still something keeps on happening until you've learned that lesson, and then suddenly everything moves smoothly forward again. But it's very important for us to go through those lessons. It's like teaching a child lessons of how to be in life and how to live in life, etc., because it helps you to become a better human being, more experienced, more wiser, and then more resilient as well.
Exactly. And actors and athletes and martial artists and other creatives often are seeking that kind of expansion of consciousness or improvement of their abilities, because otherwise they would have a hard time being at the high level in their particular field. In order to improve in whatever art and whatever sport or martial art they study, they need to literally go through greater and greater challenges. In other words, once you learn one lesson, the next lesson is not going to be any easier. You graduate from, martial arts 101. 102 is not going to be any easier, or lesson 201 is not going to be less than 101. Each and every lesson actually becomes more challenging. But a lot of people feel like, wait a moment, why does my life feels like I'm just being bombarded with more and more problems, that each greater than the previous one? Well, it's because how it works. You literally have to get on with the program and realize that you need to learn how to learn. And that's essentially what I do with my coaching clients. I help them develop the ability to learn as quickly as humanly possible, absorb the knowledge that they can get out of lessons that life throws at them, and implement this knowledge, not just in the mind, but also in the physical body, so that they become an embodiment of this knowledge. They literally learn how to walk the talk, or if they're athletes, they move in whatever way they move in their particular sport in such a way that they learn whatever they need to learn. I've worked with world-class athletes, anything from Olympians, Olympic champions in a variety of different sports, world champions in ice skating, martial artists, world-class martial artists, and all kinds of folks who basically aspire to be at the top of their game. Well, how do you get to the top of the game? One of the ways to do that is by actually developing that skill that I just mentioned, the skill of learning and integrating the knowledge, embodying this knowledge, so that each and every time you encounter next lesson, it actually is no longer feels like a problem. It feels like, wow, I'm so glad that new lesson is coming my way. And so in other words, actually start living your life in the flow.
Yes, absolutely. I think that's beautiful. And of course, each one of us has to learn these kinds of ways, because these are all very, what would you say, wise, I would say wise teachings that help us to get shortcuts in life, and helps us, rather than us having to go through all the challenges trying to learn ourselves. That people can guide you very quickly. If you've climbed the mountain, then it's easy to show people the way. So even though it's a huge mountain to climb, but it's like, hey, I've been there, so here, this is a step-by-step process. So your dreamyogacourse.com, that you have a website, I think people can also, whoever's watching, yes, there you go, on there. So it's dreamyogacoaching.com, is that right? And
so I have 50 different websites. Dream Yoga Coaching is the link that goes to the specific coaching program. Dreamyogacourse.com is an invitation for people watching our presentation today to actually get a gift free of charge. I set up this particular meditation course as a course free of charge for you, where you can download or access this online course and go through a series of meditations. Those are guided meditations that will actually empower you to start living your life like a dream.
Wow, that's amazing.
Speaking of shortcuts, you can just use a phone and point at the QR code on the side of my head and just go straight to that website.
Oh, that's really fantastic. Well, all the viewers out there, whichever country you're watching from, there are over 140 countries, audiences who watch our programs. But I just want to say, whoever and whichever part of the world you're from, this is something that could be used and useful for every single human being out there. So, do go out there, check it out. It's a free course as well. And it's being taught by a master Lama, all the way from, who's been trained in Tibet. And I love the fact that this many, 30 years of experience, I believe, and you've also been teaching for the last over 20 years in this coaching company business that you have. But at the same time,
pretty much ever since I came to America, I received a religious asylum in the United States in 1995. Well, I came to America in 1995, actually received religious asylum in 1997. And created my school in the year 2000. But ever since I came to America, I started teaching in the West.
Oh, fantastic. Where were you born?
I was born, believe it or not, in a place that is full of trouble these days, right on the border between Ukraine and Russia.
Wow.
My
Yes.
family
Wow.
moved to that part of the world. My ancestors lived in Tuva and in Altai region between Russia and China. And that's kind of like the very center of the Asian continent, if you know what I mean.
Right.
And that part of the country obviously was under Mongol rule for a long time, over 300 years during the Mongol Empire. You know, Genghis Khan conquered most of Asia at some point.
Yes.
And forever since then, that actually remained a part of country where people practice Tibetan Buddhism. So even in Russia, Tibetan Buddhism is actually a spiritual discipline or spiritual tradition that's been practiced both in Tuva and also in Transbaikalia, and as well as in Elista and European part.
It's fantastic. It's really nice. Thank you so much for sharing that. And it just shows such a what an international background you yourself have, and the fact that you're so open to teaching this fantastic, I would say path. Like you said, it's a technique, it's a tradition that you're sharing with the world. So thank you very much, and we wish you the best, of course, from the whole of the Healing Our Earth.
And honey, just before we let people go, because we've got viewers who are glued to us on a YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, Periscope, website. Let's remind the people that Ambika Devi from Hong Kong, where the time has gone past midnight, she is still awake. She is quite well known to Lama Tantrapa, who is also a master Lama Tantrapa. Lama, as he said, are nice spiritual teachers, and Tantrapa, which is a very nice name that he has adopted, which is beautiful. Ambika, can you tell us what benefits have you derived from Lama Tantrapa?
Just wow, I where can I start? But all I can say is that Lama is just someone that truly inspired me. With all his knowledge and experiences and his aspiration and dedication to help his students, to help people that are really willing to learn energy healing, energy arts, and all of the stuff that he's offering. I learned to him to be very dedicated to your work, dedicated to our work. I mean, he's the man that when someone says walk the path, he's walking the path. I've encountered a lot of people that saying I'm this, I'm that, but you don't see them in their action. He's the man that I really can say he's walking the path. And it shows with all his offering. It shows how he talk and how he present himself. It shows his dedication, his consistency, and how now, working with him and learning from him. And it shows that he knows what he's talking about. It's coming from a years and lineage of experiences. So it's just you can count on his teaching that is stable and is tested by time. It's still like mountain. So that's all I can say about this man. And I'm so proud to be working with him and learning from him and just introducing him, being inspired by his work and his dedication of his path.
Thank you, Ambika, and thank you for bringing him to Healing Our Earth family. There is a big organization, Qigong organization in the world. Kit Sharp sends his message to you, Lama Tantrapa, because you are very well known in the Qigong world, in the world over, which is also part of our Healing Our Earth. So it's also come back because they've seen your flyer. And let's remind the viewers, honey, that Lama Tantrapa is so happy that apart from professional services he offers to corporate and senior people, he wants to offer anybody on the earth who is listening to us or watches the recording later, a course on dream yoga. And here is something that they should be visiting to, because we'll just bring the URL back again. So Lama Tantrapa, how do you feel being here at Healing Our Earth?
I love the idea of sharing my message to people who are like-minded spirits. We obviously are on the same page. We have similar values, and values is what's most important to us. That's why we call them values. A lot of people don't really talk about values very often, rather preferring to have a small talk. I'm a guy who doesn't do small talk. I just go straight to the core of issues. And most of the issues that we experience, including issues that require healing Earth now, essentially boil down to not living in harmony, not living in a state of flow. So that's what my teachings are all about. Learning how to stop fighting against the flow of things and actually experience a state of being in the flow on demand, on a regular basis, making it a lifestyle. Now that's something that I always say, I don't want to just teach another Qigong style to you. I want to teach a Qigong lifestyle. So my school, Academy of Qidao, is dedicated to exactly that, helping people worldwide create a new way of life that would be integrating all this knowledge and spiritual practices that I shared, plus also the embodiment of this expertise that we develop so that we can literally walk the talk. And as Ambika mentioned, I'm the person who basically teaches it, so I should be walking the talk, otherwise it would be ringing hollow. So I aspire to walk the talk, to be in the flow as much as humanly possible. I practice it on a daily basis. I aspire to experience that pretty much most of the time in my life, and also share these experiences and serve as an inspiration, perhaps as a role model. And also I know how to teach that so that virtually anyone can learn how to be more in the flow. And the more in the flow you live, the less you experience suffering. Who wouldn't want that, right?
I love that, Lama Tantrapa. The more in the flow you live, the less trouble you experience. Let's remind the viewer the URL, because with your nice brimming smile, you are offering them a free dream course. So if you go to this URL, whoever you are listening, wherever you are listening us from, you will come to a landing page which will tell you what the course is all about. Lama Tantrapa, we are very proud of you. I'm going to ask our host producer here as well. She has now become a producer, Riddhi Vyas. Congratulations, because that's the title you have now. And you've got the blessings of all the healing team, including Hani, who is a senior host and also dance producer for Healing Our Earth. What comments have you got, Riddhi? And then it will be over to you, Hani, to take over to close it. Thank you.
First of all, thank you, everyone at Healing Our Earth. Thank you, Nihilbai, for all of your guidance as well along the way. It's been a fascinating journey and one that I look forward to experiencing further with all of you. Lama Tantrapa, I actually had a very fascinating insight there, which is that we don't actually have to be asleep in order to be in that dream state. It could actually just be any time that we're not in the present moment. And that's actually the key of the fascination, because anytime that we want to get into flow, we need a certain level of challenge to be able to meet the demand. Not too excessive, but it's in that state of being able to problem solve. It's in that state of being creative. It's in that state that our mind starts to open up and we can start to solve problems a lot more effectively, a lot more efficiently. So that's actually just a general reminder to our viewers that realistically, it's possible for any of us to experience those stages, and it's possible for any of us to get into flow as and when we choose. I think a lot of us, we feel like, actually, if I don't feel like doing something, I won't do it. But what you're teaching is about getting over that resistance. So we're not having to push so much, but rather we're actually feeling pulled by that Swadharma, by that bigger vision. So thank you so much for coming on to Healing Our Earth. Thank you so much for sharing your message with us. And it was fascinating to see how your method differs to the usual yoga and meditation method.
That's a very good point there, Riddhi ji.
how it differs as well, you know, because sometimes it actually goes a little bit different to other teachings, but it's a fantastic way, because I always believe that what works for you, until you don't try something, you don't know what works for you.
Right.
So you should always try out the various things. And as Lamaji and Lama Tantrapaji has offered, if you try out the course and you can see, you know, what you can learn from it, how it can help to develop you, the progression you feel and the progress you feel whilst you're learning and spiritually growing. So I think definitely we should try out all these different things, and such a fantastic free course. Everybody, you should be out there doing this. It's fantastic. The knowledge, you know, the ancient knowledge, it's all packaged for you and given to you. You know, it's a gift. It's the most invaluable, precious gift. Because when you work on yourself and you work on personal development, it's the best investment you can make for yourself rather than in anything else. So I think this one of the best.
Thank you so much for offering that to our audience as well. I'm sure there's going to be loads of people that will benefit from that, and that can go deep on that personal development journey, as Haniji is saying.
Yes, thank you, Radhiji. And also Ambikaji, thanks to you as well. Through you being such a fantastic channel, such a beautiful, open, gorgeous, $1 million smile channel, giving all this positivity to the world and introducing us to such amazing people. You know, we are all blessed to have such amazing, I would say, family in our Healing Our Earth. And Healing Our Earth, I just wanted to mention to Lama Tantrapaji that, you know, at the end of the day, it's all about developing our health and happiness, wellness. So sometimes you could sort of call it mind, body, soul development. Sometimes you could call it it's people, planet, and it could even be profits, because it helps you to, you know, do better in the world. It helps you to, if the healthier you are, the better you'll be at your career, better you'll be at home, you'll be, the better children you'll be able to bring up. You know, it's like so many like plus points that end up if you can work on yourself, and one can work on themselves. So thank you for that. So finally, last time I would like to say that that's dreamyogacourse.com. And of course, we have some future events that we need to share with you. Some amazing courses coming up, which is Ayurveda special on 2nd of April. You do not want to miss this, because it is going to be a really great episode. You're going to find out lots and lots of natural ways of healing, some experts coming across on this platform from all over the world who are going to be sharing some amazing tips and special ways to enhance your health. And as we move on, they're celebrating the 3rd anniversary. And what is this about? This is about the singing, chanting, poetry, and delivering a message. Why? Because Healing Our Earth has been running for 3 years. Yes, that's 36 months. And I'll let you know how many days that was some other time. I'll calculate that later. But having said that, on 9th of April, you do not want to miss this. This is about a few days after my mum's birthday. So we're not just going to be celebrating the Healing Our Earth online platform 3rd year anniversary. Happy birthday to Healing Our Earth on 9th of April. But I'll also be sharing my mom's birthday on that day as well. So thank you for that. And anybody else would like to say anything else? Ambika, any last message from you before we close our episode for today?
Oh, just like to say thank you to Lama. Wow, just your message and your teachings are just listening to you. I you know, time and time again, it's like each time it's like opening up new doors. And thank you for sharing and your presence. And thank you, Healing Our Earth, for this platform that's just allowing all these amazing teachers and masters to come and share for our audience and humanity. That is so important, that in this important time to bring healing and support, that is to bring healing into our planet Earth. So much support, so much blessing, and thank you so much for this platform, and more years to come.
Yes, we'll be 30 years later. We just have to add the 0. 30 years later, we'll be saying, we are still celebrating Healing Our Earth.
I'm going to be there on the 9th of April to celebrate your birthday, 3 years. Welcome.
Yes, that'll be great. We look forward to it. Thank you so much, everyone. It's going to be a fun day. You know, you can celebrate celebrate and you can share your messages. And to finish off this special episode of today, may I request Lama Tantrapaji, any final message from you that you'd like to share with the world as we finish, before we finish today?
Absolutely. When we talk about thousands of different breathing techniques and pranayama methods, what's interesting is that I always ask my students and coaching clients, what can be healthier than being natural? Nobody has come up with anything better than being natural. So my simple message is learning how to be natural is more important than any contrived techniques, with all due respect for all the teachers who are teaching those techniques. If it works for them, great. But if you think about it, what we learn is how to essentially go back to the natural state of being, aligning ourselves with the flow of things and with the Tao. And when you are one with the flow of things, you don't need to be taught how to breathe. The universe is breathing through you. That's my simple and straight to the point message. We learn how to be natural. It's as simple as remembering what it was like to be 2 or 3 years old when you were not thinking about how to breathe. You were just doing it.
Yes, I love what you said there, Lamaji, because, you know, when you talk about, let's say, a cell of a body cell, but actually that cell is part of a whole body. So it's not really just the cell. Everything else is affecting that cell, or the cell is affecting everything else as well. So in the same way, if you think about the universe as us being the whole planet is like a body, and we all the little cells of the body. We're actually all connected, really, aren't we? Everything is connected. And if you live in a natural way, you can connect with the planet in a very simple, easy way, and grow and be productive. But at the same time, if there's any kind of cancerous cells and this and that happening, some terrible things, then it starts affecting that area, you see. So I kind of see it like that. I see that you are actually connected to everything. Yes. Is that right? You're part of creation yourself. Yes. You're one little part, but you're really the whole.
Just like in a dream, when you awaken to the true nature of what's going on, you realize you're not separate from the dream world. Each and every aspect of the dream world, every dream character you encounter are not separate from you. They are essentially projections of your dreaming mind. And they're reflecting back to you certain aspects of your dreaming consciousness that you simply don't identify with. So that much so that they appear to be as separate entities or separate dreamscapes. But that oneness is the true essence of things in our dreams. Well, if we learn to live our life as a dream, we experience that oneness. We don't need to be reading about it in the books or being taught by somebody. We actually experience it viscerally firsthand. That's the firsthand spiritual practice, not the secondhand spiritual practice.
Yes, it's practical experience, not reading about it and just saying, you know, this could happen, but it is happening. Doing it, you know, not just thinking about it or reading about it. Absolutely, practically being part of it. I have one last question, you know, to interrogate you with. What if you don't have a dream? I thought for years I don't have dreams. Is there anything wrong with me? I mean, am I not supposed to have a dream, or do I just sleep too much? Or what is it?
Pretty much everyone has dreams. We simply don't remember our dreams. If we wake up and we immediately get busy with things that we think we should be busy with in the morning. In other words, it's easy to forget dreams also because memory is state dependent. So obviously you were in one state when you were dreaming, but when you wake up, you're in a different state. And if you are in a different state, no wonder you have a hard time remembering what happened in the previous state. So in a sense, what we do is we learn how to integrate the dream states and the daily life states of consciousness in such a way that they're not so separate. And it all needs to begin with the values. I was talking about it in my presentation. Essentially, most people don't value their dreams very much. Well, no wonder they cannot pay attention to them, because you pay attention to that which you deem important. And if you don't deem dreams important, you're not going to pay much attention to them. Well,
Absolutely.
you cannot remember anything that you don't pay attention to. So if you actually want to remember your dreams, you would need to change the perception of value, how important the dreams are to you. And I hope that my presentation today shed light on importance of dreams, because that's what our life is. And so if you actually put that front and center in your value system, all of a sudden it will be a lot easier to remember dreams, because you will actually feel like that's really important.
That's really good, very wise words there. Thank you so much. Thanks for answering that. It kind of reminds me of Joe Dispenza, you know, one of the doctors who seems to be there on the YouTube quite a lot. He talks about many of these things. But one thing, somebody said that, aren't you worried that something can happen to you or something? And he says, no, I don't let it come into my reality, he said. That's what his answer was. And I always wondered that, what did he mean that he didn't, you know, I just don't let it come into my reality, that I don't experience it because I don't let it come into my reality. And that's such a powerful thing. Later on, when I got to understand that and I implemented parts of it in my life, it's like, yeah, I'm not accepting that in my reality. So I'm not even going to focus on it, because I need to focus more on the areas that I wish to experience in my life. So you're absolutely right. You know, this is a fantastic gift that you have given to the world with your knowledge. Thank you so much. So do enjoy the rest of the day, and wherever you are at this moment. Are you from all the way from USA? So it must be early in the morning for you. So enjoy the rest of your day. And if you are, of course, connecting from places like Hong Kong, like our Ambika ji, and then that's going to be really nighttime. So thank you for staying awake with your matchsticks in your eyes, trying to remember. But thank you so much. So let's finish off with a beautiful prayer. And thanks a lot for joining us here again on Healing Our Earth. Those of you who have joined in today, do make sure that you know, you do follow us on all our social media platforms. We are in every single media platform, from Facebook to Twitter to Instagram, and right through to YouTube. It's Healing Our Earth. And remember, Healing Our Earth is not about going there and you know, just planting trees and looking after the planet itself. Healing our earth means every single one of us, because we are part of the planet. So every single one of us out there, do get educated, informed, and entertained through Healing Our Earth. And we pray that, and we send blessings to each and every single one of you, that you will use this platform to improve and enjoy some transformation in your lives. So with that, I wanted to finish off with saying a big thank you to our wonderful Riddhi Vyas, who has actually produced this episode. So congratulations, dear Riddhi ji. Congratulations. She's our lovely, lovely host there as part of our Healing Our Earth member, and a very good one too. So we're very proud of you. So keep up the great work, and we're looking forward to seeing many more of such episodes that you're going to be producing and putting together for us. So thanks. So with this, I would like to finish off with a special prayer, which I always love saying, which is Om Bhurvua Swaha. It's a spiritual prayer, and I hope you enjoy that. So please join in wherever you are. And if you don't know what it means, then just do a little prayer for the rest of the world and for peace and unity. So with that, from Honey Kalaria here, a special prayer to all of you. Om Bhurvua Swaha Tatsavitурvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam. Om Bhurvua Swaha Tatsavitурvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam. Om Shanti Shanti